Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it, dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the skies, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fears, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a piece of data. This is the numbers again.
who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another day of EWC Quals. This is the Pacific side of the world. Yet again, I'm Achilles, that's Pilsky, and we're going to be taking you guys through all of the action. We now delve down into the lower bracket. There's one spot that is still up for grabs, and there's 4 Korean teams that are all vying for it. This is going to be a very bloody day, as we're going to have 2 best of 3s, and 2 teams are going to be out of contention.
Yeah, I feel like the Pacific League is kind of mirroring this EWC qualifier to some extent, at least, because you've got some of the SEA representatives, some of the kind of more mixed nationality teams actually qualifying in towards the international events. In this case, this particular qualifier, RRQ and Global have both qualified. So RRQ, despite not making it over to London, will be representing over at Paris, and GE, after their first ever international qualification, first ever playoffs, they double up on international qualifications. That's pretty huge, but as you mentioned, I got my eyes on this lower bracket. We've got 4 Korean teams down here and only 1 spot to divvy up amongst them. And we've got some of the most storied organizations with only 1 life on the line.
Yeah, we'll take a look back through here on the format. Of course, we started out with 11 teams. Paper X were able to go ahead and get themselves auto-seeded with their victory in VCT Pacific. So they are going to be there alongside RQ as well as Global Esports. But now we have 1 more position remaining to figure out who is going to be going over to Paris. And I think it's going to be one hell of a toss-up, because obviously we've said goodbye to several of the teams that are here in this graphic. Full Sense, DFM, both eliminated, but Gen.G, Nongshim, DRX, and T1 all still in contention. 2 series away from being able to punch their ticket, but they still have to play through each other. And this is going to be, I think, very scrappy, very messy today. And starting things off, it's going to be KRX going up against Nongshim.
Yeah, we won't get the rematch of what you got in the upper bracket between T1 and Nongshim unless they both make it into the lower final, but Nongshim and KRX should be a pretty good match. I think both of them performing decently in Pacific, but maybe not making it as far as they would have wanted. Gen.G's had a massive upswing in terms of form as well, so I think they're going to give T1 a fair bit of problems down there in the lower bracket. And I've got my eyes on KRX in this matchup in particular, because they just knocked out Full Sense in that lower round 1 after the international qualification that Full Sense was able to find recently, and the fact they made it all the way to the Pacific finals. So that's pretty impressive to me. But also Nongshim had a reasonable shot actually at beating GE for that initial qualification. If you ask me, they were up 8-4 on the last map at the half, and unfortunately let it slip through their fingers.
Yeah, some roughness to be able to find themselves in this position, but we'll have to see who's going to be able to come out on top. Obviously, I'm excited to see KRX. We haven't really gotten a glimpse of them on this broadcast yet, because they were always playing off screen. So seeing what kind of form they're going to be in is going to be very interesting to see. And for Nongshim, can they shore up some of the weaknesses that they were putting on display versus Global Esports? I mean, obviously Global doing incredibly well to be able to rebound in that when it looked like Nongshim had kind of sealed the deal on that final map. They persevered and they managed to get themselves another one. So it's looking like the year of Global at the moment. But how they're going to fare in Paris, we'll have to wait and see. How they're going to fare in London, we'll have to wait and see. But KRX versus Nongshim, obviously teams that are going to be very familiar with one another, probably have scrimmed an immense amount against each other. So I think as far as that familiarity is concerned, it's going to be quite strong. And of course, you do have RB always going up against his former teammates. So in Mako, so that's going to be a fun one to see as well. Because if he can eliminate them and get them out of that contention, I think it's going to be a nice little. He's going to have a big smile on his face, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, these 2 teams kind of had opposite trajectories in Pacific, where I was looking at KRX through the majority of their group stage and thinking they're a shoe-in to qualify for London. For Nongshim, obviously, the Santiago champions started off the group stage extremely shaky, but started to pick up the form towards the end of it. I don't think they've ever quite hit that same level of form. They're hoping that they'll be able to do it in back-to-back series here to qualify over to Paris, but I don't think KRX are going to be any pushovers, and I don't think it gets any easier even if they make it through this series, because I think both Gen.G and T1, Gen.G in fine form right now, and T1, you know, they made themselves a top 4 over in Pacific, and they're a very, very quality team at the moment. I think all 4 of these teams are pretty bloody scary in this lower bracket, man. Yeah,
I think that they're all regretting being in this position, not being able to win out those earlier matches to just punch the ticket, because it's going to be bloody. No one's going to be able to get through this one unscathed, I feel. I'm fully anticipating 6 maps tonight. I think that we are going to get just absolute barn burner series in both of these, and as far as who's going to be able to win, I have not even the faintest clue. We'll take a look at the map veto, as KRX just going to be banning away Ascent, Nongshim get rid of Lotus, and that's going to leave KRX to pick Haven to start.
Yeah, I'm assuming that we're playing a best of 3, so I'd assume that Fracture is a ban, and Pearl is a ban, and Split's a decider. I'm just going to go ahead with that assumption that we've got Haven Breeze Split here. I don't think it's too surprising to see KRX picking Haven. Nongshim have been really loving the Breeze outside of that one game that they lost pretty hard to GE, but they've kind of rectified that since. And then Split as the decider, not a map that either of these teams really mind. We've been seeing some role swaps for both of them. I think the main players that I'm keeping an eye on this series for me is Xros, as well as maybe Yong and Freeing, because overall I think those are kind of the players that have been a little bit flexible, a little bit more kind of changing up their roles. I think Francis within Nongshim as well is going to be one to keep an eye on, and I think that's going to kind of dictate not only the style, but also like the change-ups that these teams are going to be making map to map, and you can bet your bottom dollar that KRX is going to be doing exactly that. They love to adjust their comp based on who they're playing and be a little bit tricky in some of these vetoes and some of these agent selects, so we'll see how it ends up going.
Yeah, we do have it there. So KRX, the ones banning away that Fracture, the Pearl being banned by Nongshim. And this is a big turn compared to what we were seeing from KRX, you know, at the beginning of the stage in Pacific. Fracture was that map that they were really going to and trying to rely on. And while they were able to find victories, they were always kind of scraping by with them. And you remember the overtime that they played versus, I believe it was Team Secret at the start. So this is a bit of a pivot for the team to kind of be like, you know what, maybe we're not actually the best at Fracture at the moment. Let's start shifting away from this. Let's take it out and also just, you know, show respect to Nongshim, who do have a solid read in their own right on that map.
Yeah, I'm looking at KRX as well. They've already played this very similar veto of Split Haven Breeze against Full Sense, who I regard as a pretty strong team in Pacific at the moment, and being able to win that, they even smash Full Sense on Breeze there. So although they'll be playing, I'd imagine, against a little bit of a different style this time around. Or maybe not that different, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, I mean, Jit is on the Neon. I don't think you're going to be seeing, like, Jet, but it will be, like, kind of double duelist bursty, I would say, with the Harbor and things like that. I think if KRX can handle that style pretty well, which they've kind of showed against Full Sense, who have been quite a good Breeze team lately, then I think they're going to be quite happy that Nongshim has picked Breeze into this series, and they'll feel like pretty safe that they've got a good chance of winning it.
Yeah, I mean, we also did see Nongshim not have the greatest performance on Breeze versus Global Esports in that last Best of 5 series last week. So I think that for KRX, you're probably feeling okay as far as the maps are concerned. My biggest question mark is just, you know, what kind of form are the players going to be in? Obviously, they've been overall quite good. Like you said, being able to take down Full Sense is no easy feat. So being able to have that and riding off the back of it, you're probably feeling pretty decent about the momentum. But it also is a week-long break. So there's been plenty of time for Nongshim to go back, look at the shortcomings that they had on the maps that they dropped to Global Esports, and then try to, you know, correct and rectify those issues that they were having. So like overall, I do kind of favor KRX coming into this, but anything could happen between these squads today.
Yeah, and it's hard because, like, you want to look at things like, you know, KRX picking Haven. It's not a map that Nongshim has been able to win so far, but they've had some close games. They've even played KRX on it a number of times. And this is what I'm kind of saying about not only the role changes, but also, like, the stylistic changes that these teams are making. It's like you try to look at their results on some of these maps, and I feel like these teams are in flux so much just because KRX likes to naturally be a flexible team that changes things up series to series, and they're quite happy, you know, being quite adaptable. Whereas Nongshim have just got this ongoing identity crisis that they're still trying to remedy, swapping Xros onto secondary duelists now and changing up different players' roles and putting Francis on more Enits and things like that. And I think that kind of wildly changes how they're going to approach, you know, some of these maps in some cases. In some cases, it doesn't. I feel like they're just changing the role, and I see them, like on Breeze, for example, pretty much play the exact same style with some small adaptations. But I think it's hard to read into some of these results, but obviously you do have to kind of scratch your head a little bit at this one in particular. We're going to start here on Haven. It's a map we've seen in the last month, actually twice between these two teams, and both times it has gone the way of KRX despite some changes for both of these teams series to series.
Yeah, it looks like just going to be leaning back into this. I mean, you talk about the changes. We've seen Hyunmin playing the Phoenix as well as the Jet. They're still going to be opting to go for this Jet style on the map. I think that's where they found the most success. I think the Phoenix, while Hyunmin individually has maybe had solid performances, hasn't really resulted in at least the cleanest of wins for KRX, as well as, you know, delivering some losses to them. So they're going to be going back over to this one. Looks like Francis just going to be taking his time and leaning into the Sova. I mean, we've been seeing him go for Flash Initiator a hell of a lot more, but this will just have him straight up on, you know, Execute Initiator, given that they have the Phoenix in play.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's going to help him be able to lead into something like a Sova, which, look, against this comp, I don't think you'd necessarily care, and maybe even you would lean into something like a Sky at times, because it's pretty good at popping through the Viper walls. I don't know if you're necessarily caring about how much you're breaking some of this Killjoy utility, unless you want to be, you know, shocking top B on attack or something like that and getting rid of some of the alarm bots, but outside of that, you know, most of it is pretty, you know, straightforward, just working the map, killing the turret and things like that. It plays a little bit more standard than having to actually shock some of the Cypher trips and things like that. But we'll be seeing the Sova. It's one of the most common choices of Initiator on this map, so it makes a lot of sense to me, and I think both of these teams leaning into their recent comfort. But funnily enough, even though this is a pick of Haven into this series, neither one of these teams has actually won Haven in this qualifier. For KRX, they've lost it to both IRQ and Full Sense back-to-back, and then the loss against GE for Nongshim the last time they played it. So neither one of them having too much success with this comp thus far, and both of them hoping to break that little bit of a loss streak, even though there's only a couple of maps in this series to open things up nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the loss to Global Esports. Just took a look back at it. Obviously, same composition and everything, but the biggest concern in that map was the duelists for Nongshim. We did not see strong performances from Dambi nor from Xros, and that is something that needs to change if they want to take this one away. But it looks like we are ready to go ahead and get into the action. So we'll go into Haven to start off this best-of-3 series and see which team is going to be able to take that first step towards Paris, towards a best-of-5 tomorrow. Double stack inside a garage. Hyunmin as well going to be lingering over on that C site, so it's a big, heavy lean towards this west side of the map at the moment for KRX.
Yeah, with Francis having the Sheriff in hand, there is no shocks to be able to break either this Alarm Bot or Nano at the top side of B, so that's going to slow down Nongshim a little bit if they do continue to push in that part. Do have the wall across Garage that's going to help to slow things down. Nice dark cover onto front B. See that Nongshim very much waiting for a reaction here for KRX, but KRX quite happy to play off the turret and wait for the attackers to make the first move as the cam goes into short.
Yeah, they're playing this one very patiently. We'll be able to just allow for that smoke to cycle down at the front of B. Recon goes forward, scouts out the front sides. Nothing going to be seen yet. And now it's just a slow creep in. Not really any kind of hard-hitting exec coming through, but the plant will be committed to. RB going to be getting the spike in play. Well, KRX very close by. As Paranoia goes through the backup site, but RB's able to find the first kills. Mako's going to be taken down. Youngman going to be dead as well. Young going to be good for 2 before getting traded out, but Bane looking to try to trade it up. But it's a nice headshot through the wall as Xros gets now down into a 2v1. Swing around the back. He would die to any shot, but that is a clean one. Peeks in, gets the headshot kill on the freeing, and the pistol goes the way of Nongshim.
Yeah, good patience there. Not walking into that double stack inside of Gary. They do well to wait out the Nano and the Alarm Bot top B and just get themselves into a comfortable after plant. Not a bad retake plan here with the dart coming on through as well as the dash into the cloud burst and a Paranoia across back site. You thought that KRX was going to get a bit of a foothold there, but unable to trade once they made it inevitably into the site, and the Sheriff's just ringing out for Nongshim. Already a 2k here for Xros, working his way closer to a run it back.
I'll just cam out, spot in the mid, as Dambi very quickly taking position. Storms is way up long, and quick pivot's going to be coming through, but look at this triple walk down mid. Obviously, the tripwire is going to be situated there, but it's not necessarily going to be telling them just how many numbers are on this flank. So KRX with an opportunity to maybe get some significant damage through. We'll have to see how they decide to play this one out. Meanwhile, spike going to be planted. Chalk Dart just going to be lobbed in, but Xross, he can just put the hot hands down. And, well, just send it forward into the smoke. Still has a blaze wall to get himself healed back up as well.
Yeah, trip has been broken, so Nongshim well aware that this flank is ensuing, but how much damage can the Classics get done here? Freeing good patience to wait for Ivy. Should get a nice trade onto the Cypher, so 1-for-1 initially.
Able to find that kill. Not going to be collecting too much. There was just a Sheriff on the floor. And looks like the cleanup overall for Nongshim going to be pretty good on the back of this one. Freeing with an opportunity to maybe get some more damage in. And try to deal something to the economy. But widely, Nongshim looking like they're going to be able to come out of this one pretty damn cleanly. As well, I say that. It's a clean shot for Freeing. And now he's just going to be looking to try to stick this one. Does he? He doesn't have it. Okay. I didn't have the audio, so couldn't quite tell. But I need to pay attention to the little animation. But okay. Some damage found. 3 kills, but a 2-0 start for Nongshim all the same.
Need a drop.
Yeah, I think both teams going to be reasonably happy with that. You don't get ecoed, but some decent damage inflicted by KRX with a nice flank timing. With patience from Freeing being shown there. So looking into the bonus, you do see some degree of reinvestment. A couple of rifles being purchased up here. Sheriff's being juggled around with the 2 Spectres.
Gotta go.
A little bit of punching power in this bias. Nongshim looking for some control of A lobby. Bane and Marco will be over here to at least contest this early on. Progression smoke onto long there as the drone goes in looking for information here from Bane. Only one player dealing with that. I don't think anybody else was really spotted there for KRX, so you don't see any degree of rotation after that initial pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the Omen's still pretty far forward, so you know that there's going to be some scaling, and if RB is that far forward, then there's probably going to be somebody pretty nearby, so should still give KRX a decent read that there's pressure at long. Bane, for now, just going to stay tucked into the corner, try to see if maybe he can get a catch if Dami decides to go forward with that run it back, or with the fast lane, I should say. Run it back, not online at the moment.
Right here.
Yeah, not yet. Nongshim concerned about some kind of mid-walk here. Thinking about investing the drone to middle, but the cam seeing all of that, not really needing to invest too much of the Sova utility as the dart goes into A lobby. That'll re-clear everything here for KRX, and with the shock on front B, they can be reasonably sure there's going to be a B hit.
Quick little tailwind back. Gunman just trying to avoid some damage. Spray and pray from Dambi. Not really going to be rewarded. Eats a decent bit in reply, but with the reach at armor as well to back him up, so we'll get pushed back up. About 75 total health. Curveball going to be going out, and that's going to be a nice catch. Shunman will get taken down. Xross able to find Mako and finds Bane to boot. This is now looking like a very big bonus conversion. Snapback does come in. Yong trying to get a readjustment, but no, he's just getting danced on. Gets struck down, and now suddenly Freeing, trying to clutch it out. Finds 2 kills for his troubles. Can find nothing more. Bonus does get converted, and Nongshim having a very hot start so far here on Haven.
Yeah, good patience being shown, and then just walking up inside of that A-link. Nice curveball timing. The multi-frag gives Xross his run it back, and from there, Nongshim just run away with the round. KRX, fortunately, mere passengers in this game so far. Back onto Sheriffs and Light Armor. They've just been a second or two behind the rotations in a lot of situations. Unfortunately, the pace of the Neon Phoenix right now has not been something they've been able to keep up with.
And just some early shock pressure here. Once again, it's looking to get this slow creep up and scale through long. Another smoke going to be cycled in from Mako, but ping's coming down. Watching and waiting and getting just tagged RB. Oh, he's just completely sussed him out. Spams away, finds a free kill, and Bane is going to be so frustrated after dying in that fashion.
Yeah, it's only on the half by though. Better than a gun round for that to happen to you. Walk down C-long here. It's Freeing. Place himself a cheeky little off angle. He spotted out Ivy. Not aware that Francis is on the clothesline, and Jiggle does reveal that Freeing is in this neck of the woods. Marco elsewhere, though, has found Xross, and the Nano does open up a flank potential later on into the round. I think Nongshim now just going to bring the Sova drone over towards Garage and apply a little bit more pressure. Good timing for RB. Does extend the advantage for Nongshim and does have the From the Shadows to be able to join his team later on if needed.
One enemy remaining.
Drone not going to be getting the spot out, but sprayed out. Hyunmin at the same time also going to be eliminated on that A side of the map. And it looks like a quick pivot call is going to be made. They say, okay, well, we know where the last player is, so let's just go to the opposite side of the map as him. I say that, but they do opt to go for the plant on B. So don't go for the full push across to A. We'll just be slowed up now by this cage, Free not wanting to make a peep. We'll scale forward. It's going to be a couple players ready and waiting. So even with the recovered Phantom, won't be able to find any more damage. 4-0 start. Multiple ultimates now online. Nongshim are looking very, very good thus far.
Yeah, slow start for KRX. Do have the lockdown available, but you've already got the Hunter's Fury just earned in that last round for Francis to counter it if needed. No tack timeout yet here for KRX. The coaching staff wanting to allow the team to play their way through a gun round where they actually have all the bells and whistles and have got the operator on Hyunmin, which is, whenever you're playing the Jet on this map, going to be a big boon for you. So you have to frag here. Usually the stalwart of KRX putting up the numbers series after series. I'm sure he'll get going soon. As once again, Nongshim start a round with this A control, cam in towards short, and progression smoke is walked into by Downbeat.
I'm out of here.
Going forward, fast lane going to be set up. Malco and Bane to try to stem the tide. Paranoia is going to be very good timing. Stops them from scaling forward into the site. Hunter's Fury now going to be opened up though, and Bane nearly getting tagged up, but actually finds a readjustment. Cleans up Downbeat. Mako finds two of his own. Now the peek down to the sewers. Ivy's going to be eliminated. That leaves just Francis left standing, and he cannot find the transfer. So KRX able to go ahead and really slow things down, completely just slam the door in the faces of Nongshim, and then pick them apart one by one from there.
Yeah, it's hard to break into that A side, especially when you have the Viper wall across front B and A like that. Get the reactive utility coming out from the Omen Paranoia. Again, they're continuing to invest in that same Viper wall. It's doing them a lot of favors, and I think that's why you see Nongshim rip the Hunter's Fury. They were trying to help streamline that A execute and make the defenders uncomfortable, but they still weren't able to find an entry back in. And now KRX with a reasonably solid gun round. 4 players surviving gives them a fair bit of a boost to the economy, and they also have a lockdown that can be usable on the retake now that the Hunter's Fury is not there for the attackers.
Gonna be slow on this approach. Going forward, fast lane in. Downbeat looking to take that space, but it's gonna be the snake bite out from Young to slow things down on this approach. And causing now a repivot. Blaze Wall goes up just to continue to keep some interest on the B site. Freeing about to be under a world of pressure as Turret will take that first contact. TP over to Plat now. It's going to be canceled. Quickly there by RB is Downbeat. He pops the overdrive. He ends up getting taken down. Freeing now pushing forward, trying to get the catch on the Ivy. Will not be able to do so. Sight taken here for a brief little moment. Some space gained, but quickly is swept away from Nongshim as RB. Suddenly the last one alive, down to half HP. Gunman dialed in on the angle with the operator. Will get the slight little readjustment needed. Cleans up the kill, and that's going to be a second round in a row now for KRX.
You can see what Nongshim is trying to go for there. They pump front B and bait out the counter utility and then pivot up through Garage. But very Gen.G-esque. You see Freeing actually with the Viper Orb on top C playing in the choke point. And the reason for that is to allow the space for the rest of KRX to get out towards backside. If your Killjoy's playing backside, you have no space to be able to scale in on the retake and actually flood on in there. So you see both the Jet and Yong on the Viper make it towards back C, and it's that C site a whole lot more defendable when your Killjoy is buying a lot of time deeper into the site in the choke point like that. So nicely worked from Freeing, even if he only goes 1-for-1 there. Turret dealt with there by Ivy, and once again, Nongshim movements into grass. Look like they're prepping themselves for a C split.
Still taking their time with this. The aggression's been shut down, but that is a hell of a timing to be found. Downbeat just swinging that corner right as Freeing starts checking back over towards C long. And gets cleared out. Nothing else going to be spotted here on the site as KRX now having to pivot everyone across the opposite side of the map. Get ready to try to go for a 4v5 retake. There's no ults to contend with, but they also don't have great ults to try to get a retake going. Maybe if you could fight your way out of back site, get that pit in play, but should just be a decent spam angle for Nongshim.
They have so much counter utility. I mean, they just completely contacted up into the site there.
You still have this operator in hand. Time is bleeding away. Spot on the Downbeat. Relay bolt going to be connecting on the 2. So The sun is there. Young is just getting whittled away at, and the shock dart lobbing from Francis will be able to find him, with Bane dead as well. I think you're going to have to just go backpedaling away, but they cannot escape. Hyunmin only going to be good for the one. Xross is there, so they get the operator out of the equation. Nongshim slow down KRX in this run back.
Yeah, it's a nice change up in approach. Like previously, they've pumped front B, or they pumped one of these sites and bait out the counter util from the defense. And then they're kind of pivoting in the mid-round, but that time they kind of changed the pace a little bit, walk straight up into garage, pretty much contact, catch freeing, completely off guard. And from there they have Paranoia, Hot Hands, Relay Bolt, like all these pieces of util that make it impossible for KRX to retake the site, especially with a man disadvantage when the lockdown's already dead, so... Change up there from Nongshim. Now another fight over A lobby here.
Hyunmin able to hit the wallbang shot, not for a kill, but for some significant damage. So Xross is having to tuck into the blaze wall, get that heal going. We'll get pushed back up towards full HP. Young at the same time, able to just peek out of garage and finds Ivy. Back over towards that spawn side. Drone will get the spot out, and now Nongshim going to be scratching their heads a bit, trying to figure out where the weaker side of the map is. And it looks like once again they're going to be leaning in towards C.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, Drone's going to start things off here. Francis trying to scout out where the Killjoy is. And once again, Freeing playing in that close corner, completely unaided by any of his teammates. Turret spotted out there as Young jiggling, trying to force out the snake bite.
Oh, the push into the smoke could be Dumpy's death, but no, it's just going to be a timing found by Bane. Sees that relay bolt fly and pushes forward, is able to find the punish. 3 players left standing. RP not going to be spotted walking through that smoke, so we'll just go ahead, tuck back over towards the front of site and get the plant going. Young is trying to run him down, but Francis counter spamming off the audio, just heard the footsteps, was able to find that kill. So 2v3 suddenly starts becoming a hell of a lot more doable, especially as that op shot ends up whiffing, but Mako, he will be able to catch Francis on an off angle from back sight, and that's going to be the fuse going the way of KRX. So finding their footing once again, we'll just be passing this fuse over to Hyunmin, trying to just fast track another set of blades.
Yeah. Hasn't even got armor in that round. I mean, you could see how broke KRX were looking. Definitely needed to complete that round on the defense, or financially they might have been back down onto Sheriffs, and that would have been Nongshim running away with the half. A very important third round there. As KRX doing a pretty good job, like, defending a lot of the B-side post plants and coming back in on the retake bar, maybe the pistol. Seemed very comfortable playing around the Viper wall, which I think is why you're seeing Nongshim end C quite a lot after the A or B pressure. Back online here for Xross. It's been a minute since he's had it. And it seems like Nongshim going to walk up with this cam while droning C, trying to mask their intentions. And KRX have rotated off the back of that drone pressure.
And Bane is just staring straight down to the sewers there for a brief little moment, but now the run it back going to be committed. Timing is eventually found. Bane able to clean up the run it back. Pushes Xross back down towards sewers, but Dobby, I was just playing ring around the rosy here with Bane, lost him in the fast lane, but gets him on the re-peek, and Bane's going to be punished, unable to find anything else in that peek into sewers. So site opened up, plant coming through. Quick to rotate though, RKRX, and for the moment they have the numbers advantage. It's just 3 players widely here on the site. The lockdown is going to have them pushed out into the open. Hunter's Fury, never mind, will be committed. Just to go ahead, clean up the ultimate. Meanwhile, Hyunmin's trying to entry with that operator in hand, and he's going to be good for one. He cleans up Xross. The rest of the players now picked apart. The pit going to be committed into this one. KRX now with the player advantage. Hyunmin unable to find that opening shot, but it's just offering up some damage. Young, meanwhile, going to be dropped, but the cleanup is going to be there. The defuse can come in. KRX now going to be 1 round away from tying things up.
Yeah, lovely flood back in as the Hunter's Fury has to deal with the lockdown. They know that at least the Sova has got his hands full. Surprised that they were able to kind of come back out of graffiti there onto the A site so easily. Like, it felt like that retake had very little pushback for Nongshim, despite the fact that they found a really nice timing onto A. Like, macro-wise, you get the drone straight up into C. And, you know, creates enough pressure to be able to pull a rotation back across. And it felt like they caught Bane completely off guard on that A site, but the post plant just didn't really feel like there was a strong enough plan for Nongshim to be able to deny that retake attempt outside of just countering the lockdown.
Revealing area.
Looks like this standoff for the timeout still going to continue. No one wanting to pull the trigger on that. Both coaches pretty much just trusting in their players to be able to course correct. For Nongshim, I mean, you would expect that they're going to be pretty favored on this side of the map. So if KRX are able to find, 1, 2 more round wins, you have to start becoming pretty decently concerned about their odds when they move over to that defender side, given that they have the double duelist and way less control.
Grenade out. Gotta go. We're good.
Bring on his lonesome once again. Young has made it out to backside here, and you're getting the quick TP in from the Omen. A lot of pressure now on KRX, and so far Young is staying alive for a long time, but there's a decent enough trade to give Nongshim the sight and a man advantage.
Yeah, solid shot from Young, but losing out of those two players looking pretty damn likely now for Nongshim to be able to close this one out. They have a neural theft available if they want to try to commit this one, but it seems like they've got a pretty decent idea that all the players from KRX are just going to be eventually pushing forward from this position, but okay, we'll go ahead and commit to this. It's a massive round win if they're able to find it, given it it's a half buy. So we'll just get the ping reveal and the counter shot there. He's following the tracers. X-Ross able to find the headshot on the gunman. Two players left standing, and now you have to make the choice. Do you just go for the save of the operator? And Mako says yes. So we'll just be a backpedal away. So Nongshim coming up with a critical round win. Will get themselves up to 6. RB, quick little check forward. Not going to be able to find anything else there, but weapon upgrades will be grabbed up, and Nongshim, they get themselves up to 6 for the half so far.
It's standard Nongshim fashion on a thrifty. Get the Bucky in on the entry, handful of sheriffs, and that's a recipe for success for the longest time. Even before Nongshim made it into VCT Pacific, they were winning rounds like that with their old rosters. Bit of an economy swing off the back of that. That's going to safeguard the money in towards the later parts of the half. Can't say the same here for KRX, who only bring an op and a rifle into this round, saving for round number 12 of the half. They've done a decent job on this defense. See if they can cause an upset of their own. Eyes on Hyunmin with the op to start things off.
Yeah, just 2 carryovers, but gets caught in the middle of this cage here. Goes for a quick peek and will not be able to find the shot. Flick not to connect, but now push forward onto the B side to slide in. Down B going to be shut down as Bane does have that battle at hand. Is able to find the one. Young with the share of his own. Is able to clean up X-Raws, and Mako gets RB. So it looks like we're just going to be trading effective thrifties here, as that is a very swift shutdown from KRX. Nongshim feeling like they were very well favored going into this. As Francis is just desperately trying to find anything, but the spike is stranded now.
You can see KRX just continually shutting the door. Francis is running out of bullets at this point in the Phantom. I'm concerned
he's got 21.
Not got legs
19.
into the rest of this. That's doing his darndest. But look, KRX not giving them anything here. Hyunmin just guarding the spike. They've still got that Viper wall they can pop up and down. In fact, Young has full gas, so that's going to buy them another 10 seconds here.
If he swings back through this, he would probably die. France is in position to try to find that punish, but clears out the nano. They still know where he's at. I mean, he's just continuing to poke and prod. He's just throwing everything that he has, but nothing is able to stick. He's got to be down to maybe 11 rounds now left in that Phantom.
Yeah.
But everything is just out of reach, so this is just going to be a bleed of the clock. And KRX continuing to fight, and getting up to 5 is going to be pretty decent for them from this defender side.
10 seconds left.
See if he can find any damage here. I mean, good God. He will eventually find something. He's down to no bullets. He's run out. He has nothing left in the tank and will end up getting punished. Mako finds that Ivy going to be the lone survivor. As, okay, a big round win here for KRX as well.
I mean, that's a perfect example of why it's so hard to attack into this Viper comp sometimes. Like, even if you have much better weaponry and you have a very good comp for bursting with the Phoenix Neon, if there's a Snakebite Nano as well as a Viper Wall in that B choke, it's suicide to run in there, like, quite honestly. And unfortunately, you see Nongshim just get turned to mincemeat. Into round number 12 here, much better looking buy here for KRX. And I believe this is going to be a C default to start things off to try to get the runner back on X-Ross. And I'd imagine they're just going to turn that into a springboard onto a C execute. Trying to start things off here for Francis. Well aware that Free will be close. He's been playing this same setup so many times.
This time, though, this is a bit more reinforced. You've got Mako nearby enough for a paranoia. So now, Recon, okay, just going to go out, and X-Ross immediately is able to find one. Overdrive now going to be committed as well as Mako trying to go for the reposition, but they've already scaled forward. It's just a very delayed reaction from Mako, not registering how deep into the site these players had gotten. He gives himself up on a silver platter. Hyunmin's able to peel back a kill, but I'm not sure how much more is going to be able to be found here, as, yep, he will end up dying. Now just Bane to try to play this one out, but Nongshim looking like they're going to be able to lock up that 7th round win for the half. Unless Bane can go absolutely crazy on the clutch. Swing in. Should just be his demise here. Oh, he breaks the high-low. Oh my god. I mean, look, he can't get the round win, but that is an insane transfer for Bane to hit.
If you're not a good shot today,
Made a real solid go of it.
He just randomly does that sometimes. Like, Bane is one of those players that he'll randomly have a crazy round or a crazy half for him. Not quite enough to get KRX the majority there. Very, very back and forth half. You saw thrifties from both teams, and I think that tells you a lot about what we're in for the rest of the series here.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, good God. That's like breaking a 7-10 split right there in bowling as far as what Bane was able to do. But still, in with the advantage at the moment here is Nongshim Red Force. We're going to go to a quick little halftime break, and when we come back, we'll see who's going to be taking Haven for themselves.
Sova. Nice. Here.
gone.
Get lost.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
All right, we're back and going into the second half of our first map in this best of 3 elimination series. KRX nipping at the heels of Nongshim, but weren't quite able to find themselves in an advantageous position. So 7-5 the scoreline now as we go into the pistol. KRX now on the attack.
Yeah, going for a little bit of mid-walk pressure here with the Sheriff's KRX. Big mid-window swing there. So they trade out decently. Danby bailed out by Ivy and Francis, and now it's only just down to the Omen of Marco to try to 1v3 here as the spikes dropped in window.
Oh, what an angle to be found there for Ivy as well. Got that final bit of damage through onto Hyunmin. Meanwhile, the walk forward going to continue as they get themselves up in the window, making sure that Mako can't even collect any of these better pistols. I mean, he can deal damage with the Classic. We've seen it, but 1v3, given the positioning, it's looking like Nongshim going to go 2 for 2. So Mako wary about this potential flank through, but Nongshim are happy to plant their feet because they got the spike right there in front of them. Swing in though. Instant headshot into the spray down. Mako now situating himself with that smoke around the back, watching for this flank, but it's just going to be a double scale forward. Both players
30 seconds
opting to
left.
play alongside one another. Mako's starting to run out of time. Puts the smoke up into window, sends out that paranoia with the timing. Swing nearly there. Goes forward into the smoke, and as he drops back out, will be to his demise. So Francis is able to find it, and that's going to be a second pistol over to Nongshim as they now get themselves back into a 3-round lead.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite way to close out those 2-on-1s, especially if it's like a pistol or something like that. You just walk together, take a little bit of agency. I think being static in those 2v1, 3v1 situations can sometimes lead to these situations where a really, really strong player is able to jiggle you out and find those timings, like you saw Marco find onto Ivy there. And as you mentioned, another pistol coming in here for Nongshim. Good start to the CT side. And KRX now does seem like they're looking to just go for a little bit of C control. They throw progression smokes to top C and B as A lobby control has been taken by Nongshim. Orb picked up, I'd imagine, there for KRX as they walk up into this C smoke and look to just explode and try to get a plant here Full retake setup for Nongshim.
Yeah, quick entry in. Still do have the cam situated. You're going to be able to spot out the potential post-plant positioning, but it's going to be that 4-player wrap around the back that KRX are widely going to have to concern themselves with. Plenty of noise being made, so Fring tucked into the cubby. Well aware of this is Dambi. Ooh, a little bit of a double take for him, but will be able to survive. Eats a good amount of damage, but X-Ross going to be able to clean up that kill, and that's exactly where you want to be funneling these in the early rounds, right into the Phoenix. The swing at the corner. Bulldog able to deliver another, finds that headshot, gets himself a third, looks for the fourth, and will get it done. Defuse can now be passed over. That's going to be a run it back available for the bonus round. Nongshim now up 9-5.
Yeah, that's one of your favorite kind of situations to end up in whenever you're running these Phoenix comps is run it back into the bonus. Gives yourself a cheeky little chance. Winning it really helps you, especially on defense, streamline a lot of these retakes, or on attack, you've got a lot of, you know, go-to run it back strats that you want to be going for. So we'll see what Nongshim is going to be cooking up. I love it. Oh, I was actually about to say this. Like, I would love it if they set the run it back up into lobby for lobby control or something like that. If there's a big lobby skirmish, like that's something that can often catch the attackers off guard. And it seems like a big A fight is on the cards here. I want to see if KRX do choose to disengage or if they're going to fight ahead on.
Smoke out, the push down into sewers. This young man gonna maybe get caught, but no, Mako does have that pressure peeled back. He's able to find Dambi. Just got himself TP'd forward. Now the cleanup is going to be looking good as Yong immediately just making sure that X-Ross can find no value from the ultimate. He gets cleaned up, and it looked like Nongshim had everything in position, perfectly poised to be able to get this bonus converted, but they just don't quite find the shots that they need to hit. They get some damage through, but no kills found, and now it is Ivy in a 1v5 and try to see if he can just slow down the economy from KRX.
Yeah, it's going to give it a little bit of a jiggle over on Heaven's side. Marco spots him out. Nice adjustment, but Yong will put him down. Getting close to a pit is Yong, but I totally agree with you. Like, I love what Nongshim did there. That's exactly what I would have wanted to call with the Phoenix run it back. I think a lot of the other approaches, although they are good, just saving it for the retake or kind of waiting for the attackers to make the first move. At this level of play, you usually want to catch the other team off guard and send it up into lobby or get it active in the mid-round to try to find some impact with the run it back, especially when you're on the bonus. But even though they had 4 players stacked over there, it looked like some pretty good util hit by Nongshim. It doesn't end up working out for them. However, as Nongshim is liable to do, it looks like they're just going to try to do the exact same thing again here.
Going for it, Molly over to the corner, but Mako again, he just TP's up onto the bricks. He's able to find that kill. Dambi going to be struck down. Mako catches X-Ross, trying to exit back into the site, and now the chase is in. Hyunmin dashing forward in sewers, catches RB, who just cannot get that weapon out fast enough. Once again, Ivy left standing. Fewer numbers facing him this time around, but still no closer to being able to try to pull off a clutch here. It looks like KRX are going to be finding their way back into this map. Just going to be separated now by 2 as we wait for the spike to go off.
This is the duality of Nongshim, really, in a nutshell, is like, when they do the same thing again after it doesn't work, and it works, the other team is left feeling a little bit silly. Like, we've seen this pay off for them in the past, but when they got slapped doing the exact same thing 2 rounds in a row, it just, it's one of the more entertaining things to watch. Like, it's always a bit of a head scratcher. Definitely don't blame them for that passage of play or that pattern of calling, but it's just one of those things that, you know, especially if you're a fan of Nongshim, it really makes you frustrated sometimes to just watch them kind of try to run through a brick wall at times and just kind of go for the same things over and over and over again, even if they don't seem to be finding much success.
I mean, you look back historically, and sure, you could probably say, okay, DRX/KRX, they have some vulnerabilities when it comes down to teams just running the same strategy over and over again. We still all remember the series versus Team Secret. But KRX, yeah, not going to allow for that one. Mako continues to be cheeky with these teleport positions, and Dambi just is not ready. He's not prepared. He's not getting the read fast enough to actually be able to find the punish. It should basically have Mako dead there 10 times out of 10.
Viper spotted out outside of A lobby should be no surprise to Nongshim as Francis clears out all of lobby with the drone. Drone in reply here for Bane. Going to make sure that no one's got on this deep info line. They're trying to read what kind of a setup it is. Freeing with the Outlaw. So a little bit of a dink there from RB, so he's low early on. But KRX, if anything, are not in a rush.
Setting up those shots, the counter swing, and now the scale forward is going to be coming through very quickly. in on the angle. And yep, swoop forward. Just going to be a shot to the mid-drift there. As Xros is going to be able to collect that elimination in exchange. Orb now going to be picked up as well.
It's ready to be here for KRX. They do have the Viper Wall and the Dark Cover on the other side as Bane gets this spike down.
We'll be able to get that one in play. Still some decent post-plant utility. Assume the bite as well as the shocks are at the ready. Slow on this approach, though, from the A connector side. Francis just setting out the recon, checking back sight, sees that it's going to be empty, so they should know that they've got the site to themselves for now. It's just going to be about the counter spam that they will be concerned with. So Snakebite going to be used early here before a tap. Xros cheating in, but Paranoia now going to be sent out, stops him from getting the defuse going. Shock Dart's starting to be lobbed in. Loco's able to find one. Decent kills in reply here for Nongshim, but time has just gotten away from them. TP4 RB trying to make a go of this one, but okay, cleanup is there, and they have just enough time to be able to make this one go. And I have to wonder, KRX, do they pull the trigger too early on this post-plant util? They send out the bite, they send out these shock darts before a tap has even come through, and Nongshim are able to get the defuse with 2 seconds to spare.
Yeah, I mean, they very much are playing for the post there with the shockies and the snakebite, which are not like your not the kind of post-plant utility that would 100% you around anyway. So with only Hyunmin on the front foot, did feel like they were kind of traffic jammed in window, and you see Nongshim adjust to that wheel. They scale forward very quickly. They double smoke the window and then complete that retake. So another lobby fight on the cards here. And Davy finally finds some success.
All right, he's won it out. Third time's the charm. They didn't go for it consecutively, but this time around, this A crunch ends up working out. And Young also needs a good amount of damage. See him tucked away still outside of A lobby, but whittled away down to about 30 health. He's got the pit available, but need that much damage. It's just all the more difficult to actually commit to sending an ultimate like that, and he won't be given the opportunity. Domby's able to push forward, finds that kill. Freeing now, trying to watch the flank. He's going to be good for the first. Curveball's going to be lobbed in as well. Tries to get the turn of that one, but Xros is snappy on the shot. Leads the kill onto Freeing. The spike now going to be planted, but Xros not done yet. Finds himself another. Rushes forward, not going to be able to see too much else here as the run it back will expire, but it's going to be Bane isolated and alone at backside to try to clutch this out in a 1v4. Shots going his way, swings the corner, finds the first, tucks back, looks for the second, but will just be corralled and taken down. Nongshim with the defuse now get themselves up to 11.
Yeah, hell of a difference maker to pick the Omen that early on in the round. It's very hard to get a clean execute off, and it felt like Nongshim, big flank coming in, all of the boys scaling in together. Xros, I mean, when you see a round like that, mechanically he's just running around, tapping everybody. His curveballs are perfect. He rips the ult without a second's notice. Like, you can tell why this man would be a good candidate for the secondary duelist. A lot of sharp players on the side of Nongshim. And Xros being a big fragger on that info in. It's been a while since we've needed a timeout needed to be pulled out here, but KRX very much on the ropes. Half buy with the, you know, some sheriffs in the mix. They've got some good ults to work with, but they are only going to be able to put together a handful of rifles into this round, and Termi going to take a tactical timeout and have a chat to the boys about what they might want to put together here. They do have some, I mean, the pit could help them in the post plant. You can open up a lot of these rounds with the combo of like a Hunter's Fury from the shadows to be able to try to get yourself into a quick seaside after plan or something like that. Maybe that's something KRX might want to consider or go for here. But it's looking rough for them, I'm not going to lie. Nongshim really feels like they're kind of in flow state on this defensive side, and Xros is having another blinder on the Phoenix.
They need to do something to right the ship here. Nearly 4 ultimates to work with, the blades 1 away. Kind of surprised to not see that weapon passed over to somebody like Young or Bane. And then just try to commit in for an orb grab. They will go ahead and reinforce with a couple stingers, and this is looking like it's going to be a B hit, a fast one at that for KRX.
I don't know how well that's going to go, given that the Phoenix and the Neon are ready to defend here.
Oh, just attempted the TP right up onto the site itself, but has to be canceled away. KRX registering just the player presence from Nongshim are able to avoid catastrophe for now.
Yeah, throwing a progression smoke over there to Long. Try to deny info on that A side of the map and put the wall up to make Nongshim nervous that there could be some A pressure or somebody walking in towards sewers. Drone in response for Francis. Nongshim very much looking for information here, but they're still not feeling that pressured overall. Gonna throw another smoke onto Garage side. Still a very hands-off approach overall right now for Nongshim.
It's slow and steady now after the initial little burst. Didn't manage to find a perch, so it'll just be smoke over to that A connector side. Fastlane going to be sent in, though. Downbeat just looking to obfuscate as much as he possibly can. Drone checking around the back. He's not going to be spotting out much. And Hyunmin, okay. Yeah, a necessary kill found. Immediate shutdown on the Downbeat. Paranoia is going to be sent through, but Mako's still able to get himself in position at default. Gets the plant now going. The pit now blooms in as well. I'm going to have the work cut out for them trying to get this retake going. As quick little tap here. RB just trying to bait out any util that he could possibly get. Shock darts are going to be exchanged on either side.
Sano.
Again, though, starting to become concerned that KRX might have just invested everything that they had for the post plan very early on. Turret going to be cleared. Reposition for Mako. Tucks in against the wall, and Freeing's going to be able to come away with 2. Solid shutdown on Garage, and that leaves just Francis, who Hyunmin will find Decade down. So, timeout call ends up working. Some good patience, I think, on display here from KRX. And being able to get that round win, keep themselves in this, deny this map point from going over the Nongshim in flawless fashion is going to do wonders for the economy.
Yeah, for sure. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Like, many less experienced teams would try to force the square through the circle hole, as it were, and just try to make that strat work, committing the from the shadows and maybe finishing that off. But after reading that it was a good setup to defend B, sometimes just waiting a good 10, 20, 30 seconds makes all the difference, and KRX get much cleaner execution into that B site, courtesy of a hell of an entry from Hyunmin. And they get into the pit site after plant that they were looking for, and that was just an impenetrable fortress for Nongshim to try to retake. Cam dealt with on the C side of the map early on, and Freeing on the lurk outside Garage. It's a 3-1-1 here for KRX as they pressure the map, but they're anything but decided on where they're ending this round.
He's fishing for any of these trips, but Shock Dart not going to be able to find it. One to stop a scale forward into Garage window, and the other for the Garage exit.
Take flight.
Drone going to be sent forward, just looking to re-clear the space, make sure that there's been no aggressive pushing here from Nongshim outside of A.
Yeah, just an information game, really, between both of these teams, feeling each other out. Hyunmin once again spots that the Cypher is on that C side of the map. That's good information for KRX. They know that the trips are still up, and they haven't been able to deal with them yet. As KRX regrouping back towards middle, looking for another B finish, but both of the duelists have not budged an inch this time for Nongshim.
They haven't, and there's an overdrive available for Dambi. As Paranoid on the one side, Recon up and over the top. Hyunmin just going to get himself boosted up into the box, drops down, trying to play along that one way, but it's going to be Dambi striking first, able to find Freeing. Exros and Francis now getting a piece of the action as Bane will get taken down. He's only able to find the 1 kill, and the cleanup is going to be good. Yong left with no options, no chance to do anything in this round. His teammates just get picked apart, as this time it looks like KRX just gambling incorrectly on this site.
Yeah. See, like, they were banking on the fact that Nongshim, without too much information on that A side of the map and with the wall pressure, were going to naturally rotate back towards A, but I don't think that they're really biting on that. It's a big reason to play the Viper on this map. If you know that they have no long A info when you're putting that wall up and down, the defense has to naturally worry about a Viper lurk up short or somebody trying to set up in that part of the map, but it's not something that's really bothering Nongshim at the moment. They seem pretty convinced that KRX are going to be finishing towards the middle of the map or going for some C finishes. They're quite happy to play Flood retake with the Phoenix Neon, and so far it's working quite well for them. For the most part, they're in the right positions at the right times.
Oh, here we go again. This time KRX nowhere near the A lobby, so won't get crunched on. 3 players rotating up C long. Camera for the spot, but doesn't even really need to catch a glimpse. You see that shock dart coming through. Drone's going to go up and over the top. Spot out the camera. Just try to identify where the Cypher's at. Does it see him? I think they maybe caught a quick little glimpse at the very end, but for the most part, Ivy's still able to stay tucked away.
Once again, there's C pressure to start off the round, but if they go back for the A re-clear here, there is a huge trap lying in wait for Nongshim. This could go very poorly here for KRX and just be the end of Haven for them.
Nongshim looking to end this right here, right now. The curveball at the ready. The peek out from Long. The sewer's there as well from RB. Curveball goes in, and on the check, it doesn't have vision of him. Didn't even blind him, but he's still able to find Hyunmin through the wall. Young now going to be taken down as well, as KRX realizes how much of a trap they walked into. Ivy, though, maybe going to be caught on the timing. Is investigating the garage, though. Finds that pick, and now suddenly it is a 2v4. As KRX trying to clutch this one up. Spike not able to be committed to here. As, yep, there's the slide, and there is the finisher. 13-8. Nongshim looking alive and well. A much better performance from them here on this Haven, and a much better performance in particular from the two duelists. It's a big, big game from Exros.
Yeah, for sure. I think off to the right start here in this series overall. One of these teams had to break the loss streak on this map in particular. And for KRX, they're looking at the fact that Nongshim hasn't had any success on this map in the last month. You look back to the start of Pacific until this current point in time. Although they've had some close games, and although these teams have clashed a couple of times on this map, KRX beat them twice in recent memory. Nongshim is the one to find the win and break that loss record on Haven for the last little bit. So it's a good time to do it. Make or break here in the lower bracket. And now with Breeze coming up as their map pick next, I think they're feeling pretty confident about their prospects in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they're teeing themselves up. I mean, this is another one of those maps where they did have a rough performance versus Global Esports, but we'll have to just see how this is going to fare for the side of KRX. But one of the things that we need to see from them is going to be a step up from Hyunmin. We know that he's going to be still playing the Jet on this map, so it needs to have a much more steady performance compared to what we just saw from Haven. Because while he did have a couple nice shots, there were some flashy plays in there, it was pretty few and far in between, and him walking away 13-13 as the solo duelist on the map is not going to inspire confidence. So KRX backs up against the wall, one more map loss, and that's it. Their opportunity, the chance to try to qualify for EWC will be snuffed out. But we're going to go to a quick little break, give the players some pause, let them take a break, try to assess things, and get ready for Breeze. When we come back, we'll see if Nongshim closed it out 2-0.
One enemy remaining. One enemy
was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And welcome back. It's time to go into our second map of our first series of the day. KRX. They took us to Haven, and they didn't really make the most of their time. They lost both pistols. They lost the map 13-8, and Nongshim now have a leg up over them. Just need to get a win on their pick of Breeze to get a 2-0 and punch their ticket into the final best-of-5 qualifier tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to necessarily be that easy or straightforward for them, though. Like, I'm looking at KRX and what they've been putting together on these on Breeze in the last couple of games, and I don't know. Although I felt like the Paper X game, when it happened, was a bit of an outlier, and the Full Sense game that we saw in this qualifier just recently was, you know, one that we didn't get to see exactly what happened in that series or in that game necessarily. They do have wins over the two Pacific finalists back-to-back. Very dominant fashion, very good attacking sides. So I kind of feel like KRX should be feeling confident coming into this one. In saying that, Nongshim have got a pretty good record on this map, and the last time they played a team playing the comp, or at least a KO comp, that KRX is playing was against Gen.G, and they kind of smashed them playing against that style. So I'm wondering if Nongshim has got the secret sauce they need to win Breeze here.
We'll have to see, but it looks like, yep, X-Frost just going to be sticking with this Phoenix, and had a very big performance there in that first map. And Dambi, of course, just going to lean back into the Neon, as it seems like Francis more than happy to continue playing the Sova. And if it continues to work for them, then yeah, why the hell not? Why change it up? So we'll just be seeing that one key difference between the compositions. The KO there for the side of KRX is this is once again going to be them leaning into this single duelist.
Yeah, we'll see if that works out well for them. Here, I mean, we'll have to start on the attacking side, which, as the solo Jet, sometimes can be a rough place to start. We've seen many a solo duelist Jet just be kind of sent to the dogs, and you have a poor start to the attacking side. You're dashing into your cloud burst, dying for free and things like that. Can put the very best of players on tilt. Don't know if you're going to see that from Hyunmin, though. He's usually pretty good at, you know, wiggling his way out of some of these difficult situations, and I'd imagine even if things start slow on the attacking side, which, look, like I was saying, the last two attacking side you've seen from KRX on this map, 9-3 against Paper X, 10-2 against Full Sense. They definitely know how to start out well on attack, and I'd imagine that's why they've opted to start attack in this video, I'd assume, because this was Nongshim's map pick, right? It was KRX to go to Haven, I'm pretty sure, and then I'm pretty sure Nongshim picked Breeze in response, and KRX has just gone, great, we'll start attacking side, we've been smashing it.
They have been. Well, one of the things that we need to see, though, is, you know, again, Hyunmin stepping up his performance from what we were just seeing on Haven, but also him getting the operator back into his hands. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing it from the attacker side, even with him being a single duelist. He was doing pretty decently on Haven from that defender side, but this map has been one that's a bit of a troubled history, I suppose, when it comes down to Hyunmin and the operator. The outlaw, great. Operator, not so much. We've seen him get completely just shut out of finding value, even when he's on that defender side. So need to see a big step up from him, get that rifle in, and be able to put it to good use. I think that if you're able to do that, you're going to be just causing fits for Nongshim once you do flip over to that defender side.
Yeah, I think you need to be careful if you're buying it on attack. Like, it can be good to find picks, but you can definitely get caught by the pace of Nongshim's comp. Like, if you get and run Neon Phoenix, a little bit of a trap on you, then you're going to get caught off guard there. And I think later into the round, you have to juggle it to someone else to get back in on the entry. Either way, though, Nongshim starting off this round very aggressive, and Freeing already spotting them.
Yeah, sending out that recon, but he's not going to be able to fight his way out of this one. Gets completely caught, and that's going to be an early kill over to Nongshim as they look to go 3 for 3 on pistols. All getting set up here by Yong, as quick pivots will be coming through. Tuck back over the double doors. Mako laying in wait. See if he can get a catch on these players out in the mid. Flash up and over the top, I believe, but I don't even know if that registered. It looked like no one had gotten caught. Yong, however, able to find 2, gives his teammates a fighting chance. Counter wall situated, though. Cut off this access from main. Hyunmin just flush alongside it, waiting for timing, waiting to hear some noise from these Nongshim players, and now finds an opportunity to maybe slip the net, goes sliding forward, is able to find RB, gets a clean headshot to take down Xross, and that's the exact kind of start that you need to be seeing from Hyunmin. Bane now, final shot, will go through, and that's going to be KRX finding their first pistol win of the series.
Yeah, nicely worked. Even with the man advantage there coming in on the retake with the high tide for Nongshim, you thought they were going to lock that pistol up, but that's exactly where Hyunmin in a post-plant situation. If he's still alive at that point in the round on the jet, there's got to be a bloody good reason for it. Plays their pivot quite nicely, and Bane to clean up the rest. Unlucky for Mako there on that flash. I think it blinded everybody but Xross, who was too close for that flash to hit him with how high it was thrown up over the building, so a little bit unfortunate. The one player that isn't caught blind gets him. But look, KRX, they'll be very happy with this start again, showing that they're very comfortable starting well on attack.
Massive push forward, but dialing in on this angle, getting the glimpse now, and it's going to be Freeing with that Guardian, able to find the first 2 kills. Hyunmin trying to get a piece of the action here, but will only be able to find some damage. Xross now kind of just stranded on an island, has to stay tucked into that corner unless RB can offer up some coverage.
Feels like such a hard anti-strat for KRX, knowing that Nongshim will have wanted to go for A main and get that Phoenix Orb, and Xross, he's done very well there to even get one, to be honest, dropping the Vandal, but it gets juggled back away from Freeing, so nothing ventured, nothing lost, really. And I think, honestly, even though Nongshim are getting wiped in this round, given the Orb and the couple of kills and the death for Xross, you're very happy about his progression towards an ultimate.
Yep, still just going to be steaming onward towards that. Meanwhile, Danby, tucked away, looking for the headshot, won't be able to find it. And does get taken down, that's just going to leave one more player remaining as RB. Will work his way over, try to see if he can put some more damage through onto these KRX players.
Revealing area.
Not going to get anything there, though. Oh, well, now he's been spotted.
Nongshim love these bandits, man. It's been interesting to watch them play. Like, so many teams just, like, want to stay away from this gun as much as possible, but they've been loving it.
Yeah, Nongshim, Jing, seems like some of the bigger regular purchasers, I suppose, of the gun. Is Yong.
Right there.
I think he might have made some footsteps, but he's got the read now. He knows it's going to be this cannon push coming in. We'll be able to find that headshot, so no further damage to be suffered. KRX very clean on the 2-0 start. I
think both of these teams reasonably well established how they want to be playing. Although that is the benefit. This is something that I had to learn the hard way playing in a Challengers team that got a lot of airtime, is that, you know, everyone else can watch your games if they get broadcasted, but when the games don't get broadcasted, you can't actually watch how KRX dismantled Full Sense 13-2 on this map. You just know that it happened. So it's just an unknown in the back of your head. Although, as you mentioned, both of these teams probably very well familiar with each other, probably get a lot of scrim practice. Quick aim A take here for KRX, and they're looking to put pedal to the metal straight on an empty A site.
Yeah, no one home from this one, and while the gamble leans that we were seeing from Nongshim on Haven ended up, you know, typically putting their players in the right position, this one not quite gonna land for them. So they get the bad news as the spike gets planted. They rotate their way through. As Mako once again going to be trying his hand at holding it, the double doors, but never mind. We'll just go ahead and back away. So you know what? This didn't go well for me last time. Let's just pivot.
Better be a good retake here for Nongshim with the weapons. They're starting to run out of time, and there's a Hunter's Fury for freeing.
They just had gotten that one online with the plan. So curveball forward, spot him to one. X-Ross eventually able to steady that spray. Finds Yong. Ult is going to be committed to this, but again, it is starting to tick away. The defuse now going to be held. Gets it up towards half, but no. Fragment in. Dambi going to be taken down, and Bane's able to find that headshot onto Ivy. X-Ross now going to be snapped back. The Hunter's Fury will look to seal the deal on this, but he's just sticking it. He's just stuck it. The final pulse from the Hunter's Fury is too late. Francis just finds that quick little moment where he can get back onto the defuse before he would have gotten killed off. Hadn't suffered any previous damage, so sticks it to completion, and that is daylight robbery to deny away the bonus conversion from KRX.
Yeah, still not too bad for KRX though. They would have wanted to win the bonus, but taking a lot of guns away from Nongshim, forcing out the run it back. They had a nice little retake plan there. I think they did what they set out to do, except for winning the round in that round. So Nongshim going to be happy that they aren't broke heading into the next gun round. They bought a lot of Guardians here, interestingly enough, so looking to min-max the money a little bit. And once again, I mean, this is just a very retake-heavy approach here for Nongshim. They're barely even playing the sites right now. Usually they're the team that is contesting a main. They're dumping a relay bolt on your head. They're running it down. But they're playing very passively. And I kind of do wonder if these teams are very familiar with each other from practice right now. Because you're seeing some very weird gameplay that you would not normally be seeing from these kind of teams, you know. This definitely does feel like kind of a Counter-Strat heavy, kind of read heavy game of Valorant so far.
Well, once again, very light on this A pressure, but it's three players tucking back towards that nest and bridge side, so fast pivots can come through for Nongshim, but freeing, I think that may have just been blind spam. Maybe he caught a glimpse as Francis was going down off the top of that bridge, but either way, solid early kills. Full Flash going to be connecting there onto the face of Downbeat, forces him away, and now Fragment will just buy some time as they look to scale forward, trying to start getting this defuse going. 0 point uncleared. Just denying some of that util coming through as Hyunmin able to find the readjustment. Dami going to be taken down the top of the defuse, but no stick coming in. Young going to be isolated into the corner. Just get taken down by the snake bite.
Last player standing.
Cove gets popped. Ivy trying to just push forward. Protect here for RB to get the defuse, but he just cannot make it happen. Quick little peek in. Mako will find the final shot, and just like that, KRX keeping themselves saddled into this. Will move up 3-1.
Want to see how much Nongshim invests in this next round, because you saw them buy down to like Guardian light armor. They weren't fully invested into that round, although they were trying to put 5 rifles together, given how expensive the anti-bonus got for them. KRX, very similar decision tree there, you know, just slow early rounds, seeing if there's any pushes around the map for Nongshim that can inform their decision making. They confirm that A main is clear with the drone. They kick off an A execute and just play the post plant from there. This time aggression in towards A main from Nongshim. Probably will just be spotted out by the 0 point early on. Knife gets destroyed, but that's information in and of itself. See, tentative approach here for KRX, seeing if they can potentially just sit there and wait for Nongshim to push into them like we saw in a round previous. I think it was round 2 of this game. And Nongshim waiting for KRX to make the first move. They're just playing coy with each other, you know? It's like watching an awkward first date. Neither one of them wanting to make the first move.
It's nice and quiet, nice and patient here. As Just trying to see what they can scout out.
Well, Exros starts things off quite nicely. Storm Surge to disengage, so at disadvantage for KRX. I don't think the rifle was retrieved. In goes Nongshim, diving straight back in towards A main as the dart does scan out Yong. Not a single player found yet, though. Marco on the active lurk. Straight up through elbow side, doing the best he can to be able to create some space here for KRX. But he's being beaten to the punch here by Nongshim, already boots on the ground in the B site.
Push forward from Mako. Could be a big backstab opportunity for him, but once again, KRX is just going to find themselves pivoting in towards the weaker side of the map. Shock Dart going to be layered in, just trying to slow up this approach. 7 seconds remaining, but it's just going to be that center pyramid plant coming in. Meanwhile, Mako making his presence known. Peeked in, found that kill. Looking for a little bit more, but Bane now able to find the next closest player from Nongshim on this side of the map. Picks him apart, and things looking very, very good for KRX to continue this little win streak. As RB making noise pushing through shop, but I'm not sure if you're even going to really be able to find any exits. You're going to be playing at decent range. You're making noise. They know where you're at, and you just have the classic.
Just looking for exits, if anything, but Nongshim probably just going to die to the spike here as KRX cementing themselves another successful afterplant on the A side of the map. I thought that was going to be a B pivot for sure. 20 seconds on the clock. It was definitely squeaky bum time for Nongshim, but they get it done. Oh, sorry for KRX rather, but they get it done.
I'm curious, and it looks like no. Maybe Silcon just going to be giving this at least another buy round, but you'd think with KRX racking up the rounds in this fashion, with your players not being able to find kills outside of Exros, because everyone else has 1 kill, that you'd maybe want to call a timeout, but it looks like he's just going to let it ride at least for 1 more, but I have to start getting very concerned that this breeze is not going to be going your way.
Again, KRX happy with their success on this A side of the map. They're going to contest A main yet again. Francis, Exros, and a Cove looking to slow them down. Op out for Danby. Given how slow KRX has been playing, I like that little wrinkle for Nongshim. Hoping to find a pick in the early round, but Marco's just been able to creep straight into mid-doors here.
They're pinging this, though, so they're well aware about that scale forward, but Mako's still able to strike to find the first kill, so Extra's going to be taken down. Francis is able to trade that back. A 1-for-1 thus far, but again, the site opened up, but that being said, Francis has an angle. He's able to shut down Bane, so catches that spike in transit across, but the follow-up from KRX is just too damn good. The kill found another man advantage here for KRX as drone will go out, just trying to scout these 2 remaining players in Nongshim, and the first is going to be spotted as RB will get tagged up and forced back away behind Orange once again. Ivy with a snake bite. Sends it out, just trying to clear that corner, push the players more in towards RB's grasp, but just a quick little tuck back. The swing coming in, trying to play off that blind, but Young does manage to stay alive, and Ivy just not going to be fast enough for it. Young has the final. 3 players survive, 5-1. And I, again, am going to find myself questioning whether or not we see the timeout call.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough game, I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, Nongshim, they've picked Breeze into this series. They've seen just how good the results have been from KRX on this map since they swapped over to this KO Harbor Sova comp. Like, they know that KRX are very good on this attacking side, and it seems like we're getting much the same result. There's no timeout. At least into the half buy. We'll reserve our expectations if we get it into the first gun round here. But KRX this is looking like the 3rd great attacking side they've had on Breeze so far. Starting out on attack every single time and not needing many rounds to be closing things out on the defense. This time changing things up over towards B. The drone will kick things off here.
It was a 13-9 versus Global Esports on this map where Nongshim, also had to pick this map into them. Nami's going to be able to find 1 trade on the Viper Zoas. Mako and Ivy both going to be eliminated. And a quick check up over on the half wall, but nothing spotted there. Freeing is able to find Dambi around the flank. Takes him down at window, and now, just for good measure, the null command going to be popped. And, well, Hyunmin, yep, clicking heads. Doesn't double take back over to the side, so RP at back pillar will be able to find that kill. He's trying to recover the weapon. He doesn't even need it. Draws down with the Sheriff. He's able to find Yong. Now gets that Vandal in hand, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Bane's position going to be known. Has the fragment at the ready. Looks back behind this blaze wall. Exros just frantically trying to fish out for him. Find this player location. Xross will eventually do it. Time is being bought. Push forward into the cove. RB going to be struck down and freeing, just waiting for the 1-2-3. Jiggle peeks out. Stops him from getting it up to half. And will go ahead and deny it once again. So all players dead on the side of KRX. All players dead on Nongshim. It is a clutch round here off the back of Freeing's play. 6-1. KRX continue to trend up.
Yeah, working away from that one empty-handed as Nongshim, though, knowing that KRX has been on a bit of a tear on this attacking side, should still be able to continue to put these fights together. A couple of ults forced out, though. It's very clear Nongshim pressuring KRX enough to make them commit these ultimates even up against the half-buy to keep this attacking side going. There it is. Timeout for Silkanon into a round where they have a lot of ults to work with. Like, you could not ask for more in this round. You've got the op for Danby. You've got 4 out of 5 ults. Plenty of retake plans can be put together. You have to note the fact that KRX do have the pit, and they've more heavily been leaning towards that A side of the map. And at least looking at how they're posturing here early on, you can see that KRX is going to be looking for that A main control. For Nongshim, I wonder if they are going to play a bit more of a retake-heavy approach, especially because they've got the ults that can help to streamline that, like Runner Back plus the new Reckoning. As even comboed in with the Hunter's Fury, it's going to be very hard to stop coming in on one of these retakes, and I'd be honestly surprised if KRX do end A here again. Maybe if they can, like, put the pit down, it can work well for them. Like, they just put Marco in a pit, have Hyunmin play disruptively, and again try to use the Hunter's Fury to disrupt the retake or even play the post. See what both teams come up with here.
They're fanning out now. One of the things that I would honestly love to see, though, from Hyunmin is that Outlaw, again, back into this. Go Nat style. Go hunting for the operator. All the players on Nongshim do have that half armor, so would be easy pickings for him. Drone forward, going to spot out one at main. Door going to be watched, though, and RB is able to strike first. Hyunmin going to be taken down. Hunter's Fury now committed into this one, and RB is going to be finished off by that as Freeing. Finds the kill, gets the follow-up, and Xross is dead as well. Once again, site starting to get broken open as Young and Bane able to face forward, clean up Ivy, who continues to be on struggle street, and now you've got a 4v2 looking to try to get into the post plant. Not going to scale up, though, on red, but the shot, it goes unregistered. It does not connect. Just a bit too much movement. Too offset. Overdrive now going to be popping in desperation. He's able to find one. Turns back over to the doors. Mako going to be whittled away at, but now Danby all on his lonesome. Slides out. Finds another kill, but cannot hit a transfer fast enough. 7-1. The timeout, the op, everything committed to this one from Nongshim does not stick.
Yeah, it's funny that they actually choose to start playing a bit more actively in that particular round. Like, this is the thing. I feel like, especially with how the ults get segmented into the half and when you earn them, should change how you play. Like, you can have rounds where, I think macro-wise, like Nongshim, you've seen a lot of rounds where they've tried to play heavy retake and it hasn't really been netting them a lot of rounds won. But that's a case of where I think they wanted to adapt and play a bit more of an active role in some of these rounds, but they had actually the right ults to be able to play a bit more retake heavy, and I think that might have worked out better for them. Starting off, though, both of the mains being contested. Francis is Sova Util over on this B side of the map, helps set up Danby on this info line towards Elbow, and in towards A main, you see Nongshim very active as well, but KRX, similar to a lot of these rounds, have noted that early on. They're well aware that Nongshim are being active on the map, and with the double E near, it's just flexible enough for them to go work back this map control in any way they desire.
I'm not falling into this setup here at A main. Danby just going to be jiggling on the corner as Mako looks like he's going to take this to close quarters. Slow peeks in and will just be able to find the headshot at the end right through the corner of the wall. An opening kill, and now that's the B site completely opened up as Francis will fall as well. Quick pivots having to be called in, as this should just be an 8th round victory going into the hands of KRX, who are looking to very quickly push this over to split.
Yeah, for sure. It's just another masterclass attacking side here for KRX. When it feels like they have a good comp and a good read, and Bane's calling, you know, beautiful mid rounds for them like this. It's like KRX a very hard team to beat. Shows you the depth that we have in Pacific, because this isn't even one of the international qualified teams yet.
Yeah. Those guys, they're already through. Other than full sense, obviously, but Xross now just going to be taken down. Of course, there's a running back available for the next round once he can get some weaponry back into his hands. KRX just dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Seems like they just have a very solid and firm understanding on Nongshim and how they wanted you know, wanted to play this map. Nongshim haven't really changed anything up fast enough to catch KRX off guard. So 8-1, the pain shall continue as RB will peel back 1 kill. But it's far from really doing any real damage.
Yeah. Feels like a bit of a consolation at this point. KRX just continuing to pick them apart. Feels like the pacing that they're throwing into some of these rounds is really throwing off Nongshim. Like, they're very passive approach to a lot of the start of these rounds. It's often in the mid round where they start to get a bit more involved. A lot of the time KRX are waiting for Nongshim to make the first move. This time they will have a decent setup here for Nongshim, it looks like. Both of the duelists getting active in middle.
He got to be cleared away, but X-Ross able to find Bane. Spike now going to be dropped, but Young just pushes forward. Down, be blinded up there on the corner. Ends up getting taken out. Wall will fall, and X-Ross does have Young dead to right, so gets them back into a 3v3 scenario. Meanwhile, RB swooping back around the pyramid wall here in his face. Will start dropping, and he's fast to react. Hyunmin going to be taken down, bringing now his position going to be known. He will fall, and Ivy gets Mako at the same time. So hallelujah, a second round win going over to Nongshim at long last.
Yeah, they finally had a decent approach and a decent setup to deal with what KRX was throwing in there. Saw the set pieces from KRX, very tight, mid to 8. Dart up over the top to the backside of the pillar. They wanted to go for the 2-3 Sofa drone through a main. Disrupted very nicely by the double duelist pairing from Nongshim in middle. Not needing to invest any of those ults here. Ivy's still with the pit online. You've still got the Hunter's Fury and the runner back for X-Ross, who continues to play quite a good game on this Phoenix. Feels like it's becoming a bit more of a signature agent for him. Missed opportunity for Dambi. That could have been the wall rather going down early on here, and the only ult that KRX has access to.
RB just looking for the concuss. Will get the short side of this there onto the drone. Has to backpedal away, sets up a wall. Hyunmin at the same time, trying to tailwind his way forward. Meanwhile, swap over to the classic, and RB eventually is going to be rewarded with the kill, but it's going to be Francis with the covering fire that really finds the value. 3 quick kills found for him, and suddenly that is just Mako left standing, tucked into the corner. What an ace clutch it would be. Finds the first. They know his position now. Snakebite. Not going to be able to flush out Francis' position. And with the assist of the Molly, will get pushed into the open. Francis finds a 4K. And suddenly, this is rescuable. 8-4. Not going to be a terrible scoreline to have at the half if Nongshim are able to find this final round.
Yeah, it feels like the less passive approach for Nongshim is the more effective one. Started out this half. Really, I feel like trying to play around the double E-Nit util, not trying to get caught by the KO knife or these drone re-clears and things like that. Not feeling maybe like they could have gone pound for pound with KRX's comp, at least in the early round. But since Nongshim have started to get involved in the early round, pushing down middle and contesting A main a little bit more, they've had a lot more success. Another slower start to one of these rounds here for KRX, who now have both the KO ult and the Reckoning online. Ivy dumps the pit on B. And the Dark clears out all of middle, at least early on here for Nongshim, and with the wall up. You can see that KRX looking to at least tickle middle a little bit, make Nongshim a little bit scared that they're taking some space over there, which is why you see this drone come through from Francis.
Trying to get the info, but looks like, again, this lean in to the A site. Drone over the top, spot out Dombi with that operator, perhaps. He just tuck in against the wall. Things are coming down, so on the re-peek, yeah, he's going to be able to find Bane. Obviously, the res can come through. Free swing out, though, and Dombi now going to be taken down. Bane right back into the fray, so 5 players strong at the moment. And back, the Hunter's Fury no longer available as Francis will fall. Young able to find a critical kill. Pit will bloom, but RB storming forward, cleans up another, brings it back into a 3v3 as the run it back is now going to be committed. Push up into the pit, however, and Mako has RB outdone. The rush forward, X-Ross trying to find that follow-up player here, trying to find that Viper. Will get snapped back. Help to get it into a 2v2. Bane going to be caught on the timing as Ivy strikes it around the back, and Mako now asked to clutch up here for the team. The pit will fall. He finds the first and knows exactly where Ivy's at. Tuck away behind the box. The face in, and Ivy gets it done. Clean shot to be found, has the defuse, and that's going to be 4 rounds rescued in the half for Nongshim Red Force.
They at least have a chance now. I mean, 3 back-to-back right at the end of the half after they were getting pummeled for the majority of that onslaught attacking side from KRX. I think now that they're swapping onto their own attacking side, often picking this map, they've had to start out on attack. I think they'll be very comfortable, and I think especially if they get pistol here, there's still a good chance Nongshim could take Breeze.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, now moving the double duelist over to the attack. I'll have to see what the defense side looks like for KRX, but Nongshim still in with a shout. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if they get that pistol and jumpstart the engine when we come back after the halftime break.
Sneak, brother.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
I'm washing your jersey in the backyard where we spent that night. I showed you the ladybugs out in the field, but you closed your eyes. And if you were here now, would you open up and somewhat try? You might think I'm crazy, but I kinda thought you were my guy. I thought it was real. I thought it was real. I thought it was real. I thought it was real.
All right, back in for the second half of Breeze. KRX get themselves a good little lead here, 8-4, but Nongshim not going to be going down without a fight. X-Ross continues to lead the charge for the squad.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves at the end of the half. You could see a very big dry spell. KRX very comfortable on the attacking side of this map. That's 3 games in a row where they've just mauled their opponents. Even some of the best teams in Pacific falling victim to them on this map in particular. But how good is their defense? Because they haven't really been repped too much on it. It's a downside of having some very one-sided halves. This might not necessarily have the super well-drilled defense that the attack is looking like. Trying to start things off here for Nongshim.
Enemy tag.
Gunman going to be spotted, darted, as Downbeat looking to try to collect the kill, and he will be able to do so. No, it's X-Ross, actually, who continues to find the value. It's absolutely going to be preferable to run it back. Going to be all the more important now on this attacker's side. So Spike in play. Some damage found onto the Phoenix. But without the kill, still going to be rough around the edges for KRX as Ivy late on this lurk. Swinging forward, and looks like he and Mako catching glimpses of each other, but it's going to keep Mako's attention tied. And as he faces forward, he tries to take the fight. He takes Ivy low, but he cannot take him down. So now, a 3v5. As this retake is looking not quite great for KRX. They are running low on time. Freeing 2 nice shots, finishes off 2 of the low HP members. Still has 1 more they could possibly get through as Yong finds RB, but they have to just start sticking this. 22 seconds remaining. Double shock dart will clean up the kill, and Francis will find the final 2. Another pistol in the hands of Nongshim, and that's the exact round win that they're looking for to try to make this a 2-0 affair.
Yeah, for sure. It felt like the door was closed on them and we were going to head through to split one way or another, but they've done very well to scrape just a couple of rounds together at the end of their defensive half, and they start off well with this attacking side pistol, and it feels like they're very much well and truly back into this one. Nice try from Freeing, and Yong back in on that retake. Couple of nice shots being connected together by Freeing, who has been KRX's standout on this so far a couple of times on Breeze.
And this time, the gamble stack from KRX is the one that is not going to be finding the value. Execute forward onto the B site. It's completely empty, nobody home. KRX starting to get a sense of this as they check deep out into A main. So we'll be decently fast on this pivot, but whether or not they're going to be able to find significant damage is a completely different question.
They've got a nice Viper wall already invested here for a retake, so it's very clear they would have had a retake plan given the fact that they A-stacked here. Let's see how well it goes for them. Full util here for the Harbor, just came back up, so Young to kick things off here with the Cove and the High Tide. That knife probably not where they intended on it going.
No, it is not. Well, Danby will end up getting taken down, but Ivy's able to find one. Should just about be the end of this damage. Mako for the tap, just trying to bait out. We'll get some of this util through, but Ivy, those quarters, gets the hip fire shot. Hyunmin will fall, and Mako, not much more to potentially be found here as, yep, Exros going to be able to dance around the Bulldog shot. So just the one player suffering a death. Ivy does go down, but that's fine. Just had a Marshal. So nothing widely lost here for Nongshim Red Force.
Good start to head into the bonus. Saw KRX a cheeky little retake plan on in there. High Tide goes up across the majority of backside. Wall covers the front side, and they try to filter their way in and pull off a little bit of a ninja. I like the approach, given they didn't have much brought into that. They wanted to go to an A stack anyway. This is where we need to see KRX getting warmed up. And Hyunmin in particular hasn't had a huge amount of impact on that attacking side. Won't have the money for an op yet, but even on the defense, your Jet really needs to find impact and contest this map control that Nongshim's going for, and already is on the right side of the map to be doing so.
Zero Point just going to be getting that spot out, but it's only Danby really noted.
Poison's off.
Well, quick check out of the window here from Ivy. Trying to drum up some pressure, and KRX, they have leaned 3 players into the B site. Just Hyunmin and Yong on A to try to slow down this tide that's getting ready to crash into them.
Deploying drone.
Drone kicks things off. You see Ivy on the active lurk in middle as this hit comes in.
Well, quick peek in. Danby will fall first and foremost. Molly in the back site. A little bit of damage going to be found here as Hyunmin is getting burned alive, but he's able to hold down M1. Needs a kill on Exros despite that flash going through. Francis swapping over the weaponry. Young staying tucked inside of the cove. Tries to go on a timing push, but Francis will be able to find that kill. His Bane, good for another, but quickly does get traded out again. Nongshim already finding significant damage, and Ivy with the chance to get them right back into this round, and he has, freeing will fall. That leaves just Mako. Left to his own devices in a 1v2. As the enemy Harbor is going to be low on health, but can he actually isolate and pick apart these players? Slow creep around, gets himself over to the spike, but hasn't caught a single glimpse of RB. Snakebite to main will be exchanged. Mako, he's just going to look to try to hold the defuse. No, does pull off of this one. Looks over to the back, though, and RB will be faster on the draw. Cleans up the kill. A bonus converted, and all of a sudden, Pilski, it's one round separating these two squads.
Yeah, Nongshim very much on the verge of trying to put themselves in a position to 2-0 here. KRX back down onto a half bite, but bonus is such a massive round to win. I mean, they were down so far in this game, but they pretty much like 100%ed all the steps back on into it. Get the couple of rounds at the end of that. Pistol bonus. Now you've got the run it back ready to go for Exros. The boys are in full flow state with plenty of money on this attacking side to continue contesting Breeze here, and that puts the onus on KRX to start to get going here. Start off this round for KRX with the drone all the way through that B side of the map. Freeing and Mako in tandem have taken a lot of space. Mako left behind. Does once again make contact with Ivy. As over on the other side of the map, Nongshim take A main. Hyunmin
Slow drift over towards that cubby side as 0 Point perfectly timed. Will be able to intercept the drone, but Exros, he's just going to spray down too. I don't even know if he saw Young at all. Either way, cleans up both players. He's looking for another, and he knows exactly where Bane is at. He'll lose out as the ultimate sends him back over into the main position, but this should just be them running down Bane. Yep, swap over to the Classic. A bit of fun being had now as this gets tied up 8-8, and for KRX, you have to start being very concerned.
For sure. Might even see a timeout coming on in here. Operator being purchased up for Hyunmin. And a 4-in-a-row streak here for Nongshim. For KRX, happy that they at least forced out the runner back in that last round, but the Phoenix ult cycle's very short. Reckoning ready to go here. Nongshim, a lot of A-side endings this time, looking for a B timing. Mako and Hyunmin to defend. And Hyunmin, let's not forget, he has the op ready to go here.
But it needs to find value with it. They need to hold on to this. So if you lose it, the economy obviously is in the dumps at the moment for KRX. So this is going to be a massive swing round one way or another. Either way, let's see what happens. As spam coming out, Mako's going to be good for one. Re-peek in, Hyunmin finds a kill. Freeing gets involved as well. So far, the shutdown solid as Dambi trying to fight his way out of this corner. Hits the relay bolt into the headshot. Gets them right back into this. Suddenly just 2 players left standing. And as I say that, Ivy will be the one left on his lonesome. So Flash going to be fully connecting. He's just dancing around the half wall. Trying to tuck back over towards that tunnel side. And he actually manages to isolate it, but he cannot finish Jong off. Oh my goodness. How close that was. Dangerous, but Operator will be retained. It will be the first round going KRX's way in this half.
I'm very concerned for them. Like, that is the closest fashion that you can win your first gun round after a dry spell, especially because the hold looks so good. You got the snake bite connecting on multiple players. The shock tart gets a kill for free.
Team Ace.
2 or 3 players of the KRX there find success early on, but Ivy and co keeping things very, very tight, which means that the money is once again looking battered and bruised for KRX, who once again put themselves just with their nose out in front. Hunter's Fury and the KO Ultimate ready to go here. Could help in some of these retake situations. Drone having a look at middle and elbow. Nongshim once again back to that 1-4, just leaving Ivy on the lurk and trying to contest A main on the timing here. See the same pacing time and time again. KRX should know exactly what's up in this round. The thing is, Breeze is such a big map that even with the Neon, like, you're not often going to see A main taken at 110 and then see the team actually go back towards the other side of the map. But that's exactly what Nongshim is counting on. They've conditioned this A site to be the point of contest. I think they're leaving Francis behind here to sell a one-man fake with the drone and maybe try to look for a pick with the Hunter's Fury. And then it's to pivot back towards Ivy, who does have the pit for the afterplant.
A quick check around mid. Nothing going to be spotted. There goes the drone. And here comes Bane. Just re-pivoting back through bridge. Will get spotted out, but now the strike gets ready to come through. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in. Mako, however, opening up with the spray. Is able to find one, but Dambi quickly trades it back. Freeing. Now trying to plant his feet and hold the site. Will be able to find another elimination, but the spike is going to be recollected. Put in play. Hit not in position at the moment, but Ivy perfectly poised to find the shutdown. Gets Bane, gets Young as well. Tap of the res, but no real way to try to commit to this one. Hyunmin just puts one into his shoulder and quickly will fall. Massive round from Ivy, playing it back sight, and that ties it up 9-9.
Yeah, but that breaks KRX's economy as well. They are in a pretty cooked position now on that defensive side. Nongshim very much poised to get themselves double digits. Despite a very poor start here to Breeze, and Termy has got to be shaking his head right now.
30 seconds
They were up
left.
so good on the attacking side. It's going to have to get the boys pumped up to try to close out this game and push them through to split, because the 2-0 is very much looming at this point. You're in a poor position financially, and Nongshim is quite the opposite. You can see just how much cash they have. Very well-rounded performance from all the boys. Everyone kind of having their moments, but it feels like Ivy in particular is starting to get going on those lurks and having impactful multi-frags on every single gun round.
Well, a critical timeout here. Still have that Hunter's Fury, the Reckoning online, one away from another pit for Mako. But for KRX, I mean, think about how this had started. You know, a massive 8-1 scoreline, and now it's tied 9-9. So this has been one hell of a run back from Nongshim, similar to what we were seeing from them. You know, if you think back to the series versus Global Esports when they were playing on that split, they are not going down without a fight, and now they're looking favored to, you know, not only gain the lead here after this round, but then to maybe even just take the map and take the series off the back of it.
You've seen the change up here for Nongshim. First time they've really been active towards shop in the early round. Cove and dart towards top middle as the hot hands goes onto mid doors. Very much just trying to shove middle and bait out a rotation or reaction from KRX, and now they walk back towards A main yet again.
Drone eventually going to be cleared, but there's just a slide forward. Dambi able to immediately find the punish. Hyunmin will fall. Player advantage situated as the spike is brought forward. Easy plant. Just a little bit of damage going to be suffered here off the shock dart, but Francis is now able to find Bane. Another one layered in. Francis gets a second kill. Young will fall. The question becomes, can they find anything? No, they cannot. It is a flawless, as Nongshim Red Force will gain the lead by 1. They still have 3 ults in the back pocket. They have a rolling economy, and KRX, they need to find their footing. Otherwise, that's going to be them eliminated from the EWC quals.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, that would be rough. Rough stage so far for KRX. You know, they're a team that we say always does well at internationals, but you can't do well at internationals if you don't do well enough in the Pacific, if you don't do well enough in these EWC quals. You cannot show that same strength and preparation that you've shown in so many international events in the past. He may take early on here for Nongshim. KRX once again very heavily retaking this A side of the map. Heavily set up in middle early on here. So drone comes out for Francis going looking for Marco on the other side of things, but Marco quite happy to just play passively over on yellow and wait for this retake plan to get kicked off.
My ultimate. Come on, let's go!
And Spike in play, the run back going to be sent, but Young already eliminated as Ivy finds that kill. Curveball, pushing the back sight, and Marco will be able to snack back the Phoenix. Stops him from finding additional value as Freem just trying to spot out what he can. One player going to be seen as ping reveal, but Arby's just tucked in behind the bricks, keeps himself safe until Hyunmin's able to find it. Gets a transition over to Francis as well, but Overdrive now in play. Davi swing at the corner alongside Extros, and that's going to be 2 kills collected for the Neon and a massive shutdown to KRX. 11-9, Nongshim are looking to run away with this entire second half.
It's just looking like there's nothing that KRX can do. Saw them try to throw in that high tide and come in on this retake, but they never really got a good angle of approach. I was waiting for them to rip the Hunter's Fury or the Reckoning, but by the time the actual brunt of the retake makes it on in there towards the A site, like, both the Sova and Yong on the Harbor were dead. They never actually got to throw in those big impact ults on the retake or found the clean execution that they might have been looking for there. Nongshim just disrupt them yet again here.
Go, go, go.
Well, it's already another rocky start here. 2 quick kills gonna be found. Barrel stuffed with the shorty. Downby just running a Bane. Notice no respect shown whatsoever. Just knows that he's gonna be favored. Cleans up the kill, and it's an empty B site. Just Mako and Hyunmin to try to see if they can get any damage through. But even then, what would it even be worth?
I mean, with the economy this strong, it just doesn't mean a damn, unfortunately. You're playing for stats. And I don't think Nongshim are too concerned about that. Looking to go up to map point, which would mean that, what, they were up 8-1, so from the last like 12 or 13 rounds, they've won 11 or 12 of them consecutively.
Yeah.
Outside of that one little blimp for KRX on this defense, they have just not been able to put anything together. Alright, we're doing this now.
We're at this point.
That's the state of this game. They've already won, boys.
Gotta go.
Yeah, that's how you know it's just not exactly been going well. Mako will be able to collect that Vandal, carry that forward into the next round, and find a kill on the downbeat. So it's far from flawless for Nongshim, but they are still now on the precipice of making this a 2-0 affair. KRX need 3 in a row, which they haven't been able to get anything. Just the 1-round win so far on this defender side.
Yeah. This is kind of what I was saying as well. Like, they've stopped so many teams on the attacking side of this map that I was like, how many reps do you actually have in officials with this comp on defense? Like they usually win the pistol and then win the game, or like win one of the first gun rounds. Like, they haven't actually repped out this comp on defense very much, and it's very much looking like they're having problems here. Fast mid to A from Nongshim.
Yep, able to get out in front of that concuss. Downby not going to be caught, and he's going to be the one catching as Young will get taken down. Bane trying to dance around, and look at this. It is pretty much already over. Drone will get the forward spot, but the dart not connecting. Downby still alive, still dancing around as Hunter's Fury will get called in. Interrupts the plant for now, but nothing else to be found. Not even a lick of damage off of that.
Spike planted.
As Mako just a walk down through hall. Downby playing point. Tucked in behind orange. Start will fly. Downby looking for the catch. Does end up getting spotted, freeing, able to go ahead, cancel the util.
Player standing.
But will just get jiggled on, danced on his downbeat. He's looking for the final kill, and he will get it. A big 3K as he slides across, eliminates Mako, and eliminates KR Rex from EWC contention.
Yeah, there you go, Nongshim Red Force. Very, very close best of 5 qualification that they missed out on in that upper bracket, but they want to have another crack at making it over to Paris. They'll earn themselves another best of 5 in this lower bracket by beating one of their big rivals and one of the other Korean squads on their way through the lower bracket here. Do have another best of 3 to be getting to, so they're going to have to play another Korean team in that best of 5, but I don't know, Nongshim... very hit or miss for me at the moment, but when they're on, man. And I think that resurgence that you saw despite a 1-8 deficit is the perfect example of it. It felt like there was nothing that KRX were doing. They were just getting punched in the face for a good 25 minutes straight.
Yeah, just brutality on display after that side swap. And I mean, KRX, they're absolutely going to be kicking themselves after this. I mean, from 8-1 to then putting together one more round win and losing out the map, losing the series in 0-2 fashion, and then not being able to punch their ticket over to Paris. So this is a very rocky showing. It seems like KRX still very much in the throes of trying to find their own identity, whereas, you know, Nongshim, this was the team that we expected to come into Stage 1 in Pacific and be able to dominate, to continue with their momentum after winning and lifting a trophy over in Santiago. It feels like KRX have kind of swapped positions with this team now. Granted, like you said, there's still some roughness here from Nongshim Red Force, but they're able to find their stride a hell of a lot more consistently than we've been seeing from KRX as of late.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. So you do see the results of that in the bracket. 2-0 for Nongshim. They'll advance to the lower bracket final, which is the 4th seed qualification to EWC to try to join RRQ Global Esports and, of course, Paper Rex, who did win Stage 1 over in Ho Chi Minh and automatically got themselves a qualification. But we do have one more lower bracket round 2 game you see at the bottom of your screen there. Gen.G and T1, yet another Korean derby to decide who will join Nongshim in that lower bracket final and have a chance to qualify as the 4th seed to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to get any easier. Obviously, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have a tough opponent no matter who comes out on top of the second series today, because Gen.G, they've been on the up and up. They've been looking damn good. And T1, I mean, they're T1. If they lock in, if Munchkin's having a good day, you know that they're going to be terrifying. You know that Buzz is going to be consistent for you in that duelist position. But now I'm wondering if we have any real idea of what the hell is going to happen, because I was fully expecting 3 maps from that first series. It absolutely did not deliver on that front. So now I'm scratching my head wondering if Gen.G T1 is going to be a very similar situation, but I think that this is going to be still a good one. There's obviously some rivalries here. Meteor, Munchkin going up against a former team. Lakia very much doing the same, trying to lead now, being that IGL and saying, you know what, Munchkin, I don't need you. I can get it done. So I think it's going to be a good one. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick little break. And when we come back, we're going to be getting into Gen.G versus T1 for that final slot versus Nongshim in the best of 5 tomorrow.
One enemy remaining.
See ya, my ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Defend.
準備快適早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
We are back, and we are about to go into our second series. We've got one more spot available in the best of 5 tomorrow versus Nongshim, and we got 2 more Korean teams that are going to be battling for that position. Gen.G going to be going up against T1, and we're just kind of hoping for a closer series than what we just had in that first one, because that was very one-sided at the end of it all. And yeah, so I'm hoping that we get a bit more contention between these two very storied teams.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of history here that we, might not even have time to dive into all of the little details about. But Gen.G looking pretty good in this qualifier, honestly. It was a tumultuous season, Stage 1 at Pacific for them. They didn't even necessarily always have the same roster together at all times. In fact, I think in total they had 7 different players playing, but they've gone back to a roster before of Zinx and Ash in with the core that used to play with some of these guys on T1.
Yep, I mean, you know them, but we got Izu, Meteor, Stax, Buzz, and Munchkin, of course, here for T1, who are going to be looking to reclaim some glory, because fell short over at Master Santiago, didn't really have a strong performance there, where they were looking like a team that, should be working their way towards that grand finals. They went out very early, and then are unable to qualify for Masters London after their performance over at Ho Chi Minh, so there's a lot that I think T1 want to prove. The question is whether or not can they do it. Obviously getting over to Paris still going to be a very big boon for them and reinstill some hope for the team to qualify and compete on a global stage. But it's been a rough go of it. It feels like when things really get heated up, T1 kind of do struggle. Like ever since Bangkok, they haven't really been able to find that same stride. They've made these changes. They bring in Munchkin to IGL for the squad, and they still overall look very good. They look like a very strong team, but they just haven't been able to get over these final hurdles.
Yeah, I think that, the roster on paper is just so juicy, but then there seems to be, a lack of depth or a lack of substance somewhere there, it almost, the way I feel about it is it's almost like you look at T1's roster on paper and then, but it's almost like they're only playing their B or their C game for what that roster is capable of a lot of the time, which is still one of the very best teams in Pacific, and maybe at times still even good enough to qualify for international events. But they definitely haven't hit their absolute ceiling of the team so far. Interesting little map video here. T1 banning out Pearl, a map that they had a lot of success on, even if the last couple of games haven't gone so well. Gen.G don't want to play the new map of Ascent, and a map that T1 has adopted even over in Ho Chi Minh. They looked quite good on it. And then T1 going to go ahead and pick Breeze. The interesting thing for me is that Gen.G are picking up Fracture. That's a pretty big unknown for them. We only saw them play it once during the regular Pacific stage, and they got dumpstered by Paper Rex on that map. So I want to see what Gen.G have been working on, because Fracture is a big question mark for me.
Yeah, a lot of mystery surrounding that map with them, so curious what that ends up looking like, as well as just what texture is going to be playing. It might just be him leaning back into the Raze, but I think he could also make a decent enough attempt to run Jet on that map. As far as boost spots are concerned, you can get in all the same places that a Raze would be going for, so top Gen on the B side, etc. So we'll see what kind of flavor Gen.G has when we go over to that one. But yeah, very weird feeling seeing T1 banning away that Pearl, but clearly just not been happy after the recent losses on that map, and maybe feeling like Gen.G has a bit too much tape to study, so they opt to move away from that, and they take us to Breeze once again, which has been overall a very strong map for them. So I think that Pearl, probably the kind of the number 1 map that you probably consider when it comes down to T1, but Breeze is probably that close second.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, though, Gen.G have been on a decent streak on Breeze. They even kind of owned RRQ on Breeze in their last map that they played. They beat Full Sense on it, so it's not like that's going to be a slam dunk. T1 hasn't played Fracture either, so there's no real tape for Gen.G to take to T1 on Fracture at all that they can really look towards. That map is just going to be a total question mark. And then Haven as a third map decider kind of just feels like a solid map for both of these teams. That kind of seems like more of a gentleman's agreement of just let's just close out the series on a map we're both comfortable with and see who's going to end up winning it. So I think, yeah, this veto really does come down to the fact that you've got the Fracture pick for Gen.G. I think that has to work out for them. You have to see some degree of ring rust on that map for T1, because I used to love the way T1 played Fracture. I used to copy a lot of their stuff. I used to love watching Buzz, Neon Op on that map and things like that. It felt like a very confident, comfortable map for them, but we just haven't really seen them play it in recent memory.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance for, both teams to come out with some stuff that might end up surprising us. So I'll be very curious how that looks. But then, as far as T1 is concerned, I'm very curious how Meteor ends up looking. Obviously, he's been the point of a lot of scrutiny, I think, surrounding them not qualifying over to Masters London for their loss over at Masters Santiago several months ago. And I think overall he's starting to find his form again a little bit here within this EWC qualifier, but it still hasn't hit the highs that we know that Meteor is capable of. So I think if he comes out and he's going to be having a very good day today, then Gen.G is going to be in for a rough one, because I think every other piece of T1 is widely quite consistent.
Yeah, I think, like, for me, Meteor hasn't really hit the same level of form since, like, the Killjoy meta, to be honest, since that Gen.G run. Like, I think he's just kind of been an okay player for quite a long time. There was a little bit of a run of form where he was playing a lot of Astra, where I actually felt like he was playing very, very well. I think that might have been over in kickoff or maybe the end of last year, but I think he's just kind of been okay. And the thing is, it's hard to even kind of quantify, like, what is peak Meteor, because you look at his numbers and I'm like, okay, he's still, like, on average, one of the better players in Pacific, or at least a decent player in Pacific, but it's more like the eye test and the impact factor, where he's putting together these huge multi-frags, holding sites, when he's clutching and things like that we just haven't really seen from Meteor. I think Munchkin is a player that has a lot more ceiling as well to be discovering. Like, him IGLing T1, not only has he really not been playing very much Viper, but you're just not seeing the same level of impact from him either. Like, even when he was IGLing Gen.G, he was one of the best fragging IGLs that we had in Pacific, and he was really bloody annoying to play against. He would just dry swing things. He would, you know, take timings when he was feeling confident in himself, and I don't think I've seen that same level of impact from him either on T1. I think for T1, it's been, like, Izu and Buzz being some of the best players in Pacific and the most consistent players in Pacific for me, and then Stax has kind of been up and down, and the other two have just kind of been along for the ride, I feel like, whereas I feel like T1, that, you know, it's this stacked roster on paper that could, you know, potentially win an international event if they hit their 100%, as far as I'm concerned. It's just a question of whether that's ever going to come together, or, you know, should we just get DH? Like, let's just get DH. Let's be honest. DH back in the lineup right now. That's what I want to see. You know, I can talk about superstar power, but DH is my goat.
I mean, yeah, he was very good, and obviously, I believe he's still on. I think he's still on an absence because of his injury. So hopefully he's rested up and, you know, doing well in that regard. But who knows? Maybe we'll see TH return at some point. I mean, he absolutely, you know, deserves to be in Tier 1, whether it's on T1 or a different team. He certainly did show his prowess. But one of the other players on the side of Gen.G that we're also looking towards is, you know, Zinx. He was out similarly, had an injury. Got to see the sub in from, you know, Kite from the academy team for a little bit there in stage 1. And obviously that was rough around the edges. But Zinx coming back in, it feels like he's really started to find his form and find his position with this team. And he has been leaning back into this Viper a hell of a lot more. I've been seeing him play it on Breeze, been seeing him play this as well on, you know, maps like Haven. And it's been looking a lot more cozy and comfortable for him compared to when he was starting to bring it out in the off season and when he was bringing it out in kickoff.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, he opens up a lot of power for Gen.G when he's having a good game for himself. The thing is, I just feel like they put him in a role where he just has to be flexible, and it doesn't end up working out well for him sometimes. Like, sometimes he goes on Senti and he doesn't play well. On this map, even in the past, they put him on a KO and he looked completely lost against Nongshim and went like 5-20 or something. So it really just depends on his level of comfortability, especially because Gen.G is very much a double duelist team. Like, it's interesting now in the middle of the Big 26 that T1 is a double ENIT team and Gen.G is a double duelist team on almost every map, you know what I mean? So stylistically, these teams kind of drifting in opposite directions of what you're used to kind of associating with them. And we'll see how it does end up going. And especially for Gen.G, who I don't think are very future-proofed right now because they're playing Ash Neon literally every map. It really very much feels like to me that Gen.G are just trying to play what they think is the very best thing to do right now to be able to try to qualify over to Paris. But is that going to be future-proofed enough to do actually any damage at the international event? I mean, I would definitely have a lot more money on Nongshim or T1 doing something of relevance there. Maybe even more so T1, to be honest. Even though all three of those teams are reasonably Neon dependent, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that T1, just especially given that you have Buzz, who is very flexible and can play every single duelist at the highest level, I think that you're in a pretty good spot. But Texture is very much similar in that regard. And when you get Texture onto Jet, you always feel pretty good about your prospects. So we'll have to see what those adjustments look like. But like you said, for now, it's focus on getting that qualification locked up. Get your position in Paris, then worry about the meta when it comes up down the line. So we'll see. how this goes. Obviously, we got to see quite a bit of pistol dominance from Nongshim in the previous series. Let's see which one of these teams is going to be able to take the lead as we go right into the action. There's Ash, just going to be jiggle peeking here around main. Thrown out over the top, gets that ping reveal. It's going to be tucked away into the corner. That's going to be a dink to the back of the head, but cannot find the execute, but it's good damage off the rip here from Buzz. Recon spotting him out as well. As Buzz starting to scale forward. Contact with Ash here around this corner. Looking for that right click and eventually will be able to take it down, but it's going to be Texture coming away with 2 for himself. But Munchkin now sits him down on the floor. Spike's going to be recovered. Jump forward. Ghost going to be grabbed. And oh, Buzz just goes sliding right into Locky's face. Down low on HP, but still alive and fighting. Zinx now to try to clutch this out. As the Cove will pop front of that left side. Still 50 seconds remaining in this round as well. They're going to cut noise and make Zinx think that there's been a pivot.
The flexible rookie needing to step up in a big way here in the 1-on-2. Buzz low on HP. 1 bullet connected will take him out of the equation as Munchkin puts down this spike in a decent position for the afterplant. Sheriff in hand. Zinx coming in for the A main flank.
Gets the Ghost back out, and for now, this is less of a consideration for T1. As Munchkin is going to be watching for it, and now they have all the info that they could need. Sheriff to be collected. Try to see if he can get that 1 tap onto the harbor. Will have gotten the relayed information that Buzz has worked low. Turn to the side. A casual shot for him. Finds it, but needs to start getting onto the spike for this defuse to go through. Munchkin just going to be waiting, and right as the defuse gets ready to go to half, Munchkin has it timed perfectly. Will get the headshot and gets T1 the pistol win.
Yeah, good start, despite the fact that, I'm sure as you'll see here on the replay, Gen.G, you see Ash just kind of being the retake man, floating around A main, and Gen.G respond with force. They're all flood out backside. You saw the paranoia come out from the Omen to be able to create kind of a favorable exchange as soon as T1 do get their boots on the ground in the site, but it doesn't end up working out as cleanly for them. T1 work their way out of a bit of a tricky mid-round, win themselves a nice 2-on-1 in the pistol. Buzz and Munchkin combining for all 5 as they head into an anti-eco here. A main contest once again from Gen.G. Texture with the only upgraded pistol here, floating around towards elbow.
Silent walk up. Zinx just around the corner, not showing enough of a shoulder to be spotted out yet.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah.
Poison
So A main taken in the meantime. Lakia picked himself up an additional orb. So you're seeing Buzz go ahead and re-clear that space and probably put some pressure on the A side to keep the rotations in check, especially with the Viper Wall from the attackers invested on that A side of the map. And in the meantime, the rest of T1 looking to walk into B here.
Yeah, just a silent walk up. Of course, able to do some damage if he can find the shots, but he will not. Ash will be able to get him in the end. So Buzz wrangled, taken down the Marshal to be collected in the quick pivot now. Going to be called in for Gen.G to try to get some damage and pull off a thrifty. 0 point through. Will get the spot out here on the Zinx, and as that wall falls, he will quickly get taken down. But Texture finds another kill. Stacks will get eliminated. Ash, with that recovered Marshal, is able to find Izu. And oh boy, Pilsky, it looks like we're back to this action. So we might just be going 1 for 1. Up and over the top. Texture finds a kill in a Meteor, but Ash and Lockyer both get taken down, but it's a player advantage. The final spot out onto Munchkin. The fuse being able to happen. Charon just now being tagged, but not eliminated. There it is, held to full. Texture gets himself a 3-piece, and Gen.G tie it 1-1.
It's usually the ecos that are going in their favor. I think T1 are my #1 team in terms of just winning bullshit rounds, thrifties, clutches, things like that. And unfortunately, in this case, a bit of karma coming back against them. We'll have to sit out the start of this attacking side here on Breeze. Go back down to what I imagine will be somewhat of an eco. Some degree of investment. Meteor looking to be a hero here as he buys himself Phantom and armor behind Buzz's shotgun.
Well, let's see if that up-down can continue. Ash is able to find Munchkin. Buzz going to be eliminated as well. Did it manage to find one with the Bucky, but drone over the top from Izu should spot out plenty of players. And Meteor unable to find the elimination on the Texture. Had he been able to get that, would have looked quite likely for T1 to just rally back into this one, but now it's just Izu. Sheriff in hand, looking to try to isolate one of these kills, but he cannot take them down, and Gen.G going to be gaining the lead 2-1.
See, that's the kind of round that we're talking about, though. Like, that's a round where Meteor buys down to $200. He goes, I'm going to buy Phantom and Armor. I'm going to lurk up mid while the A main fight is happening and win us this round. And he's not even been able to find one kill. Texture just puts him down with the Guardian immediately. Gen.G, quite a juicy start now after they win that eco round, round 2. 4 players surviving in the previous round. Look at how much cash they have here on Breeze. Feeling very good about things. T1, on the other hand, though, do have the Harbor ult ready to go here into the first gun round. Quite a spread approach as Meteor picks himself up a Marshall and Armor, feeling a little bit sheepish about the last round.
Well, there's a clean opening kill as Meteor will be the first to fall in this round. And Zink's just getting the tap. This is going to still have T1 leaning in towards the side of the map, maybe thinking that there's been a counter rotation off the side after the early pick.
Yeah. Look at all the pings, though. Like, they have no idea if elbow or B main or any of that is compromised. They could still put together this 4-on-5. I mean, they only lost a player with the Marshall and Armor. They still do have a Harbor ult ready to go here. As well as that Sova drone, but feeling the need to clear elbow before they really make much more of a move. Smoke to Nest. T1 opening up the middle of the map. And in goes the Harbor ult, but that's not going to connect on anyone. It's a full retake for Gen.G.
Now coming in.
Ugh.
Stun. Yeah, not what you want to be seeing there, but either way, Buzz still able to work his way forward unscathed. It's going to be Stacks, however, taken out as Lakia just finds him through that wall. Spike will be recollected. Izu now going for the plant, but 3v5, a 2v5. Looking damn rough here for T1, who might be needing to call a very early timeout. Being made, the slide in, the judge. Quick little casual glance back from Ash will find Izu. And the cleanup is going to be there. It's not a flawless, but it's looking pretty damn good so far here for Gen.G as they move 3-1. They break the economy once again.
Yeah, this is really such a good start for Gen.G. Started to get the ult cycle rolling as well. They can mix the operator or the outlaw into this next round, having one player dying. And only the judge that hasn't been cycled back in there. At T1, they are well and truly in the hole at this point. Sheriff's out. Do have Buzz with the overdrive ready to go, needing to make a bit of a hero play on the Neon. See if he can come up with the goods. Texture immediately with that outlaw ready to go, and he has the Blade Storm for backup if needed. 7-1. He's been really, really good on Breeze. Really fantastic in this qualifier. This has been one of his events in one of his best events in quite a while.
The overdrive out, the stun connecting. Buzz just getting tagged lower and lower. Meanwhile, it's going to be Texture with that outlaw in hand, but Buzz does finally manage to break through, cleans up 2 kills. Both duels of Gen.G going to be eliminated, but Charon will be able to sit him down at long last. Meteor around the back of Pyramids, finds a critical headshot, and Charon now going to be eliminated as well. Weapons can be collected as it comes down to Zinks to try to see if he can clutch this. Izu, not quite able to find it. This is all... Ooh, I was going to say to try to sell that Meteor's not on the side, but gives his position away. It ends up not mattering. He finds the headshot, and that's going to be a thrifty for T1.
Yeah, as they're liable to do. I was looking at T1's thrifty stats throughout, like, the majority of Pacific, and they're just one of the best teams at winning them. Kind of crazy a lot of the time. How many of these Sheriff pistol rounds they're picking up, rounds where the Neon has a Bucky or something like that as well. That's all that's needed. An overdrive and some good shooting. The majority of the Sheriffs there. Zink's unable to put it together, trying to isolate Meteor in the corner, but even if he did pick that one up, Izu had a pretty good swing timing there. Both of the Neons trying to contest A main early on here.
Oh, check out, and that's going to be Texture finding the kill. Doesn't look back to register how far forward Munchkin is, but now they will have it confirmed as Zinks is able to slide back around the corner to safety.
Yeah, you just knew that Gen.G was going to be picking up that op. And now it's already found the opening pick. Like, everything seems to be going their way so far. T1, though, knowing that the op is on that B site and Texture doesn't have another dash to work with, you're going to try to hit this B timing here and get into an afterplant.
Well, Zinks able to find the shutdown. Buzz gone, and Zinks has just absolutely destroyed all of them. Munchkin and Stack's gone. Texture will stop him from getting the 4 cases. That's my score line. That's how many kills I get. But it's a massive way to reply after the thrifty.
Oh, for sure. There's something brewing in this qualifier for Gen.G. Like, I do not know what's going on, but they have played their way into such a good level of form right now. already were in one qualification game. Unfortunately, weren't able to win it up against RRQ. Took them to all 5, though, to be fair. T1 kind of the opposite qualification path so far. They actually went down to Nongshim, so looking to get themselves into their first best of 5 if they win this one. A main control taken early on by T1 as Stax grabs himself the orb. Meteor, once again, Hero Phantom Armor active on the other side of the map. He does have the pit in play, but it seems like after that initial A main pressure, he may be the mid lurk here, while the rest of T1 group up B. They're still kind of undecided about what they want to be doing here.
Still push forward. Paranoia out to escort this check forward.
Go, go, go.
Sash onto a deep line, and on the rejiggle peak, we'll be able to spot out Meteor.
Gotta go.
And now sees a little bit more. So, okay, 2 players going to be spotted. You should know that T1 is going to start leaning into this side of the map as Meteor attempting to try to play around a bit of a one-way, but Ash on the spray and pray will just come away with not only a kill and a buzz, but an immense amount of damage dealt. Stax as well as Meteor both get tagged. Munchkin now trying to go for a backstab, but Ash has turned his attention over, but that is a hell of a shot.
Yeah, a little bit more pressure on Gen.G now. Caron
30
does spot
seconds
out
left.
Munchkin. Know that he's very low over on mid doors. The pivot back towards the B side of the map, but Zinx has not budged an inch. He's in a perfect corner yet again, and the Hunter's Fury is ready there for Lakia.
I mean, hell, if he just sends out a shock dart, he might be able to find Stax, and that would put the spike on the floor. It's 15 seconds remaining in the round. They have to make a go of this, and there's another smoke cycle forward. Munchkin now is going to be found, and here's Zinx holding the door again as it comes spilling out of the smoke. It's another 3K for him, and it's another round 1 for Gen.G. And there you
Instant
have it.
timeout here from KG. He's not liking the way that this attacking side is going so far. Outside of maybe the pistol and putting together Thrifty with the Sheriffs. Feels like T1 able to get very little going. Courtesy of a Gen.G who are playing a fantastic game. The anchoring work from Zinx has been phenomenal. The op is out for Texture. He is a consistent and looming threat that they must deal with. But I also feel like T1 have had a tough time contesting A main consistently. Like, yes, they've been able to take it from certain rounds and invest their cove on the cross and then be able to, you know, go back and clear. But Gen.G have got some really nice A main reclears. You saw that Paranoia with the slide in from Ash, and then they kind of dropped the Neon off there and dropped down the one-way. It's very hard for T1 to deal with.
Yeah, just, I mean, on Struggle Street, these early advantages as well being found by Gen.G just continue to, you know, exponentially give them more and more advantages as the rounds go later, because T1, they start scratching their heads, wondering where they can go. They start getting picked apart. The wallbang shots come through, and then they just end up running down the clock. So this is a much-needed timeout call, but will they be able to find the adjustment is my big question. I mean, Stax is usually a player that we see, you know, popping off on this map. And right now, he's not been able to really find any value outside of his utility.
Well, this might be the round to do it. Does have the KO all online here. Gen.G 4 stacked on this A site will once again start this round off by contesting A main. Relay Bolt and Hunter's Fury gonna connect on very little, I was gonna say. I think Lucky is out of range there. It was a nice lineup, but look at how far back all of T1 are. They literally would be out of the map if they took 2 more steps.
Yeah, that would have been a massive pulse to be found. Would have tagged 2 at least. They do manage to wait that out. Texture, however, because of this scale back to avoid the Hunter's Fury, they give up the space at A main. They have no contention there, so Texture just goes up, peeks, finds a kill.
Yeah, nightmare. Just post timeout, you've already lost your Sova. No Hunter's Fury to be playing with here, and Gen.G quite happy to just spread the map. Texture back on this mid line. It's looking for a little more.
Oh, and he's going to hit him too. Doesn't manage to take him down, but Stax survives with barely any health.
You are powerless.
Still going to be committing the ultimate into this one, of course. If he does get dropped, going to be rezzed back in. But, well, no one's on that side of the map to really bring him back into the fray, and Ash has just shut down Buzz. Texture on the repeat. He finds Munchkin, and it is looking pretty bad for T1 at the moment. Gen.G very much running away with this map, as Stax will now bleed out, and Meteor, he's got himself the back sight, and that's about it.
He just needs the spike, guys. He just needs to bring in the spike. Unfortunate. No one's responding. He's been left on red. And that's another round where Gen.G have just dismantled T1, pushed them back with the Hunter's Fury. Texture gets onto the op line and picks the Sova. And from there, things just go bad to worse. Much harder to kind of streamline your attacking side with the drone and clearing out, re-clearing A main. A very important tool, especially against how Gen.G are playing at the moment. Both the Jet and the Neon are getting on the front foot quite a lot, so doesn't feel like T1 can even kind of get past the halfway point in the map, let alone get into some of these post plants sometimes. Like, the double duelist is doing such a good job of just contesting them. The smoke timings across the map from Karen have been phenomenal. Everything is flowing super well for Gen.G right now.
Spunk is going to be left back over towards that spawn side for now. As just an orb grab, Stacks looking to try to build up towards another null command. Feels unlikely though, given the pace set and just the lack of kills.
Yeah. I mean, Meteor's the only one in any kind of a position to make a play right now. It's a very passive start to this round for T1 as they drop the shotgun off in A main. Now they're going to make a little bit of a move on middle. Maybe try to draw some attention away from Meteor so that he can try to take a bit of space. It's a pretty dirty off angle from Ash, though. I don't know if you check this box.
It does not get checked, and now there's about to be a maybe timing push out, but Meteor just slotting forward. Exit of elbow, similar scenes from him, dodging out that drone, but now Ash is going to start scaling down. Noise can be heard as that Neon starts sprinting in, but the stun is there, and Munchkin is dropped. Buzz going to be good for one, scoops up a weapon, gets a Vandal in hand, but Ash just swings the corner, finds that kill, and Izu now is left to his own devices. Not for very long. Clean shot for Ash. Gets himself a 3K, and already a lead is locked up at the half, guaranteed for Gen.G, as they're going to look to try to balloon this up 10-2, and given the pace, it's seeming pretty likely.
Yeah. They're just pumping them. Like, this is crazy.
Texture is 12-2-1.
Double timeout in the first half. I mean, I really don't blame you. To be honest, this is a shellacking right now that Gen.G are dealing out.
And you can tell... You can tell how difficult of a call it was for KDG because he lets the timer get down to 9 seconds before this timeout gets enacted. This was very much him sitting on the fence wondering, okay, can I afford to send this now? Do we need it right now? Can I save it for a little bit later? No. He decides to just go ahead and pull the trigger. They've got 2 ultimates to try to make a go of this, but the Reckoning, okay, good to maybe get yourself into the post plant. The pit there as well if Meteor can stay alive through the round. But this has just been brutal. Like, Gen.G is just walking on water.
For sure. I mean, T1 have got 2 of the better IGLs that have ever come out of Korea on the same team. And it does not feel like they can find any answers on this attacking side of Breeze so far. Second timeout going to be coming in here for the coaching staff. But if it doesn't get any better from here, I'm willing to wrap it up and head to Fracture. I got to be honest. See what they come up with.
Yeah, I mean, you start getting more and more concerned there, given that Fracture is that next map pick, and Gen.G are the ones that like to take them there, so...
Yeah. Could completely backfire, though. That's the thing that
true.
When you have 2 teams that have just got no reps on it. Bit more of a passive setup this time for Gen.G as they take A main and drop off Karen over on that side of the map. Texture waiting for another dry swing here for Meteor, maybe giving it, but Meteor going to opt to play this one passive for the time being.
Oh. He's considering it, but will just join back in with the rest of the squad. As could just be an elbow main split here from T1 into the B site.
There's already 3 players ready to defend for Gen.G, though. The op is there from Texture. You've got the relay bolt ready for Ash. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, drone first, checking around mid. Nothing going to be spotted. Buzz now starting to sprint his way forward. His flash is going to be connecting. The slide in. Buzz going to be taken down, but Izu's able to find Lock. Yeah, Ash pushing forward, challenging that fight over a tunnel. We'll be able to find an elimination, but the knives end up going wide for Texture. Still saddled here at backside, the operator in hand. Meteor already slotting forward, not going to be spotted, and Texture will fall right into his trap. Looking relatively decent, but as I say that, it's a curse, as Munchkin's just dead. Ziggs finds the kill, and now the pit has to be played just for Meteor to grab the spike. Rotates over into the corner of the Paranoia, not going to be connecting. Just to wait out the snake bite. Taps again. Gets a rise out of Karan. That spam coming through. Once again, the tap at the time starting to dwindle, but Meteor's able to find the one. He knows exactly where the enemy Omen is at. But he's just rounding him down, and he can't get that spike planted fast enough. Karan just swiftly sprints forward, collects the operator. They're already cash capped, so don't even need to carry this over for the economy, but screw it. Why the hell not? Free is free, and right now T1 is looking free as all hell for Gen.G.
100%. I mean, that was a round that goes decently for them, to be honest. Like, they get their trades in. Lakia and Ash only 1-for-1, and then you've got Texture in the back of the site. Meteor, a pretty nice timing to be able to punish that jet off. But then from the 3-on-2, things just fall apart. Zinx finds a pick on the cross. Karan, nice TP straight in on the flank, who is having a pretty good game for himself as well, back on the Omen. And a 3-on-2 turns into 0 players left for T1.
Texture gets the timing shot on the stacks, pushing out of that cove. It's so bold, and there's just no reply. There's no shutdown. He's out like a thief in the night. Buzz trying to steady it here with the Guardian will be able to set up a little bit of damage for Munchkin to capitalize on, but then Zinx just takes them both out of the equation. And it just feels like everything that Gen.G touch turns to gold right now. Meteor will be able to find Zinx, but realistically, nothing more is going to come of this.
Yeah, drone clearing out elbow. You got a dirty off angle here from Karan that'll probably just get the round done outright unless you get some kind of crazy jiggle from Meteor. Spotted out. The pick onto Lakia. There's the paranoia to shut the door.
Takes a bit of damage. He's going to TP down, and had Meteor been able to go for that push, it would have had him absolutely screwed. But Karan, he's still checking up over the top. He's looking for him around pillar. And Karan on the off angle will strike him down. So it ends up getting a little bit closer at the end of that round, but Gen.G still managing to persevere once again.
We're just getting peak texture in this qualifier, man. Like, I have missed this. He's just running around, asserting dominance on defense. That's just quietly another really nice 2K from Zinx. Like, he's been very consistent in this game. This is an effort by committee. Everyone on Gen.G doing what's needed thus far. Out comes the Odin here for Lakia to try to contest this B main take.
Into the deep.
Reckoning now going to be sent out. Ash is trying to slow them up with that relay pull. This fast lane's going to be exchanged. Buzz pushing forward, but blinded. Has that judge in hand, needs to close the gap. Push out though. Swing is going to be coming through, but it's going to be a massive shutdown as T1, okay, maybe finding their footing for one last round. Meteor will intercept Texture, and that leaves just Zinx in a 1v5. So it seems like a 9-3 slated here, as that's a snappy shot from Buzz. Will be able to get finally a third round victory for T1.
They're about as far apart as they could have been. I'm pretty sure it was like the pistol and then one in the middle of the half and then one right at the end of the half. Gen.G, I mean, as soon as they got that eco win, they got full control of their economy. Texture gets the op in his hands. It felt like there was nothing T1 could do, but at least scraping one together at the end of the half. Let's see if they could put together some kind of crazy comeback in that second. It's still possible.
It certainly is, but it's looking very unlikely. If they're going to be able to hit shots like we were seeing there in that last round, then perhaps they can get it done, but it's going to have to start from the pistol, and they're going to have to make sure that they do not drop the anti-eco round again. So we'll see what happens. For now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break.
Back off. I'm out of here. Smart move.
Water rise.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Alrighty, we are back and going into the second half. Gen.G looking so very good, to say the very least. 9-3 at the half. Texture is having a whale of a time. 13-4-2 at the moment on this Jet, and T1 have been on struggle street from the outset.
Yeah, I feel like whatever happened to Gen.G in the regular season of Pacific has lit a fire under them. They've come into this qualifier in excellent form. You can just see that based on the scoreline in front of your very eyes. Early A main control here for Gen.G. They've thrown themselves a progression smoke to be able to get pretty close up on in here. Stax plays towards backside of yellow. He's full retake here for T1.
Quick in with the plant. Taking advantage of this relatively empty site, but they're going to be spotted. They see Stax. They want to try to surround him and get that elimination. Texture's going to be able to find the one, but Buzz gets himself two. As all of a sudden, it is the late lurk, the final player standing, but T1, none of the wiser of this quite just yet. Meteor starting to get a read. We'll be able to find Zinx with his pants down. Cleans up the kill, and okay, T1 finding the necessary pistol win.
Yeah, they had a really, really nice retake plan there. Allow Gen.G straight into the site and swing in together. All of the shots connected in quick succession for T1. A confident pistol win. Get themselves back on the front foot here. 3 towards the reckoning for Munchkin early on. So the start that they would have wanted, but still a lot of ground to cover here for a Gen.G who hasn't been too bad on the attacking side of Breeze lately. Everyone's showing up to the party as well. It's going to be a tough team for T1 to beat on the second half, even if they've started it well.
Can they get the anti-eco? Let's see. Because if they drop this one again, then that's just going to be GG go next. So
yeah, 2 in a row is depression vibes. That's, yeah, you've got to go to therapy after that one.
Yeah, definitely to be avoided. So let's see what they can fashion out of this one. Because not only that, but you also, of course, want to be seeing them come away with it cleanly. So if it ends up being even close, you do start again favoring Gen.G as Texture going to be taking it to half HP, but he's able to find a kill. Stacks with the push down to the elbow, however, will be able to intercept Zinx, and Buzz is watching in mid. So the pivoting players of Gen.G getting picked apart. And T1 getting players in position to go for the retake.
Texture is the protagonist right now. Rattling off more shots here with the Sheriff, but he's very low, and T1 are scaling into this site as the spike goes down. That's at least a small win for Gen.G, but it seems like T1... Oh my god, Texture! What is this man doing?
He's got a 4K. Mr. 4K is here. Can he get the ace? Oh, he's been wanting one for so very long. Here's the tap.
Player standing.
Pushes out Will Die. You know that he's screaming there in the team house. Oh, there's the drone reveal, and Lakia just whittling away. As I once again have to question, how in the hell have we gotten here? First shock dart not to connect. The follow-up sent through. Izu will be able to get it done, but good lord, it ends up being so very costly for T1.
I feel like that round was like Texture's performance in the rest of the qualifier. Like, you see the shots connected in the kill feed, you see the numbers on VLR. Do we get to watch any of it? Unfortunately, no. He must have hit some absolute blinders on that V site there with the Sheriff. Just dry peaks Meteor right at the start of the round. Triple body shots in, and then even on only 50 or 20 HP, just so many headshots in quick succession. This puts T1's economy on the ropes right from the get-go. We're going to fast forward into a gun round here. And towards round number 15. A main contested early on as Buzz gets on the line here. Drone goes through elbow, so T1 with good information on both of the extremities. And they're rotating to A with 3 players ready to go.
We'll just be clearing that out. Orb can be grabbed, but it seems like off the back of that, Gen.G wanting to keep things a little bit more quiet. 0 point, however, will tell all, so that's going to get a massive spot out onto these players.
Yeah. Get the rotation on in here as well, but you've got an active lurk for Gen.G. Zinx is still hanging around in the middle of the map. Gen.G are just waiting for T1 to give them some timings.
Just pumping the brakes here. Munchkin playing out into the open. Ash looking for that fadeaway shot. Now slides in, is able to find the one. Stax getting the trade back and the trade up. Big 3K here from Stax. is okay. Suddenly T1 looking to make a real serious go of this map.
I'm out of here.
They're able to pass the test despite significant damage from Texture Sheriff in just a round previous. Nice 0 point, nice rotation back on in, and it feels like they just shut the door on A main there. Izu ready for Zinx's lurk inside the middle. Gen.G find their money broken, which is good news for one reason, but bad news for the reason that I'm looking at Texture with the Blade Storm. And he's on this B lurk again.
Yeah, knives popped immediately. Triple push, actually, down into mid. They do have Meteor just around this corner as well to try to watch for this, but now the scale forward is going to be coming in. The wall going to be pushed. Texture trying to align it, and he cannot. Now he's just reduced down to a classic. Will still trying to challenge in, wins that fight. Quickly will get traded out by Izu, but Karan at the same time is able to find Munchkin, so this does get brought back into a 3v3, but as I say that, Karan's going to be intercepted. Maybe spotted out either way. Izu ends up the kill in mid. There's just 2 players now left standing, but Lakia in his own right with a Sheriff, still very deadly.
He's got a Hunter's Fury and a drone for the post plant. Ash is the player that probably needs to get a pick and try to get away with that Neon movement if possible, but he's getting locked in here by Stax.
Stax is going to be rerouted. That does allow for Lakia to get onto a deeper line, potentially into window. Meanwhile, Ash just slotting forward. Stax checking on this elbow position, but there's a swoop forward. Fast lane going to be set up. Ash able to work his way over. Grab that gun. Hunter's Fury's coming in, and he had an offset. Trying to just stick the defuse there is Buzz, but he did manage to get it up to half. Recon now going to be sent. Izu, a little bit labored. Clears it, but the time, I think it's been bought. I think it's gone away, and this play, this round for Gen.G is going to be a big swing as they get themselves up to double digits. It's a thrifty, classic Gen.G fashion. Lakia just going to chase forward, look for a gun to carry over, and will be able to find one.
It's not even in the fashion that you would expect it, though. Like, T1 found the first pick in middle. Texture whiffs his entire Blade Storm. But Gen.G still have a passage of play to win that round. Let's pivot in the mid round back towards that B site to get into an after plan. And Ash bites this time perfectly. The jump swap from Lakia, allowing him to stay alive and continue to be a threat in elbow. That's a 2-on-3 put together by Ash and Lakia. That's got to be very frustrating for T1 at this point.
Another brutal round loss suffered. So double digits and back into a 4-round deficit. 3 ultimates to try to make a go of this for T1. Still do have quite a bit of fight in them from this defender side, but and Texture leaning into an outlaw is pretty much always going to be good for at least a kill.
Regroup back towards that B side of the map. The Sova Dart from Lakia just cleared out A main. T1 still in active positions inside a middle with a crossfire between Munchkin and Buzz. Izu's hanging around on towards elbow as well. So wanting to contest some of these mid positions. And they've got a pretty fast and flood and rotate timing to be. Look at this big rotation for T1 before the hits even come in.
Yeah, this is looking like a much more classic call for Munchkin. Getting the read, getting his players into the right position. And now Gen.G getting the sense that they should also maybe pivot. Will pump the brake. Spike's still going to be situated outside of main, though. So will at least just be a 2-pronged approach here as they get this attack looking to try to go through tunnel. And Munchkin just completely shuts it down. Ash and Texture both going to be eliminated. Izu now slotted forward, is able to intercept, and that should be GG's on this round as Karan is going to stay tucked away back to up into elbow. Nothing more to be done here as T1 look to get themselves a 7th in flawless fashion.
A perfect read and rotation.
10 seconds left.
Off of the information gained in the mid round, courtesy of the KO. Stax lonesome on that A side of the map, using his knife to clear out everything. Despite some thrifties lost, and not particularly awe-inspiring first half, T1 is still very much in the conversation to be picking up Breeze here. Get a timeout from Solo in response. This attacking side starting to slip away from them a little bit. And some of the players that are having, phenomenal performances in that opening half, multi-frags aplenty, are starting to slow down a little bit as the second half drags on. And this is where T1's picking up more momentum and, their individuals are starting to get their multi-frags. Nice 2K from Munchkin there. And the reads have been pretty solid so far for T1. See what Solo can come up with for the boys. Texture's already thinking about buying himself up a hero rifle here. Lucky's got plenty of money, having already bought an outlaw there. And you do have the overdrive on Ash, so definitely a winnable round here for the offense.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they did more with less, so they absolutely could still yet make this one happen. But we'll see what the call ends up looking like for Solo, finally feeling the need to intervene with the team. I feel like that's been a bit of a, you know, a relief for him that so far in this qualifier we haven't had to see that really early desperate intervention from him like we were seeing back in stage 1 where Gen.G was kind of just, you know, looking like a headless chicken.
I honestly need Gen.G to get better because I saw some of the expressions on Solo's faces after some of those Pacific series, and I just feel bad for the guy at this point. Like, I just want the best for him, you know? I'd love them to get an EWC qualification just to give him something to smile about, man. This A main control for Gen.G. Overdrive at the ready for Ash, but decent positions for T1, and Ash is already low.
Let's get some joy back into his life, but okay. Texture eliminated, and like you said, Ash tagged it to 17. Karin as well, eating quite a bit of damage, but still going to be snappy on the shot. Finds the kill. Buzz going to be taken down. Smoke cycled forward, block off doors as Izu. Quick backpedal, avoids that stun, sees the gun barrel, and does get the dart onto Karin, but he escapes. Just not even a second to spare as he pees out away from that spray. Ash now the slide across, going for the attempt. Will end up getting caught. Karin as well, once again revealed. This time does get punished.
One enemy remaining.
Comes away with 2. Cove into the wall. Meteor able to find the backstab. Lockya will get taken down, and timeout not going to be leading to Thrifty win. It's going to be T1, keeping things tight-knit. 2 rounds to go to tie it up.
Yeah, they're looking good. 3 ults to work with as they move through this defensive side. They've started some into control of their money. Potentially start to mix the op in, which is not something they've had access to just yet, and not something that Gen.G have had to consider thus far. And indeed, Buzz immediately picking that one up. Gen.G getting ready for some kind of B burst, but with Luckier on the other side of the map, I think they want to just try to keep the information game honest. Make sure that T1 don't have that A main info line early on. There's a progression smoke and a little bit of Sova utility early on. Munchkin looking for some information, but this is where Gen.G going ahead and taking this elbow control. Drone goes through middle. So a lot of pressure on the A side of the map, information-wise.
It's going to be held at bay by the snake bite. Waiting that one out, and that does get rid of the tailwind here for Textures. Not going to be able to have that oomph on the entry power now. At least not from the Jet. Fast lane will get set up, but Buzz on the peak is able to find Texture. Meteor cleans up too. Buzz pops the overdrive, cleans up Ash, and now suddenly it's just Lockya. The IGL trying to win a fight here at Double Doors, and he cannot. Flawless round win. T1 clawing their way back into this as it's feeling like similar scenes to our previous series of Nongshim versus KRX. A strong start for Gen.G, but they're allowing for this to slip.
This was so readable as well, because Luckier, he put on a little bit of A main pressure. They throw that progression smoke into A main, and then he darts from the other side of the map while his team is walking up. A snakebite gets dumped at their feet, so they can't run into B, and then a Sofa dart from the other side of the map hits the back of the B site, and T1 just go, well, I wonder if they were going to go B there. They just 4-stack it and crush the offense. Unfortunately, not flexible enough for Gen.G, giving themselves passage to play out of that one.
Well, Ash now needing to deliver with this overdrive, but he's not finding any targets yet, and this is just going to be expiring. So in with the commitment, but yeah, that is just absolutely gone. Reduced back down to a classic. Texture on the peak into the B site, greeted with a headshot from Izu. The Stacks now looks to try to hold the door. Will be good for another, but Buzz finishing off Karin. Feels like all the momentum, all the energy that Gen.G had has just been sapped as they swap over to this attacker side, which is strange given the map that we're playing on at the moment, and given how, you know, our first series showed that no one really knew how to defend. This time it feels like no one knows how to attack.
Maybe no one knows anything. Except, you know, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the guys in chat that were right all along. That's all I'm saying. 10 apiece. It's T1. That is a very nice streak of blue on the timeline there indeed. They're feeling happy about that one. Op is still there for Buzz. Hunter's Fury for Izu. Not much really special to write home about here. If you could get yourself one kill or a plant on Zinx, then you'll have a pit after plant. Outside of that, it's a pretty vanilla looking round. Karen TPing into the orb. Has already been spammed quite a bit. Buzz is on this elbow line. I'm going to reveal that the Omen's deep into middle.
Okay, Buzz going to be sat down. Up on Evil to deliver that elimination. So, critical kill found here by Ash. It's a lot of space and causes quite a bit of confusion you'd imagine here for T1, who now have to play a 2-2 split.
Meteor's on his lonesome, although the Hunter's Fury could be ripped on the rotation by Izu if he scurries into position here. It's going to be a hard hold on B nonetheless.
Early entry now getting started. Push forward, slide in towards backside. Meteor just playing it quietly for now. Was able to get the catch onto Ash. One down, looks for the follow-up, but Lakia will be able to persevere in that fight. So now player advantage going to be established for Gen.G, but only just. Going down to 17 would make him a pretty easy target, especially if a shock dart gets lobbed over into the corner.
Yeah, Drone is just zoning them back. The knife reveals that no one's playing up on elbow, but there's a dart to follow that up. Don't see how T1 get back in here.
I mean, the time widely is going to be gone anyway. Pop Flash out basically needs to just hold down this defuse and pray. Izu trying to body block a bit. They end up getting off of this one, and there you go. Gen.G going to be breaking the dry spell. They get themselves up to 11, but T1 is still right there on their heels, and two players still die to the spike. Just couldn't get out with weapons covered.
Yeah, it's due to that kamikaze mission in from T1. Cove onto the spike, and tapping it keeps these riflers interested on Gen.G, and as such, they end up losing their weapons. Which is going to take a bit of a toll on the economy. You can see it right there in front of you. Like you're thinking about glass cannoning a Vandal. It's very rough days for the boys here to continue trying to fight for this win here on Breeze after a dry spell. Ash, once again here, the front man, found them the opener in the previous round. Like a faster play towards this A side. T1 getting active in middle.
Ooh, look at the TP. That's going to be committed to by Karan. Just smoked himself onto bridge. Set from the shadows, and now maybe with a chance to try to backstab as the two players still going to be rotating in. Pit far forward from Zinx, just going to be locking off this double doors access. And that's going to have T1 rotating through shop over into main.
It's a 6-set play. I don't even know how you dissect this on the fly as T1.
It's going to be difficult for now. Overdrive avoided. Flash into the corner, not going to be deep enough to catch onto Ashley. He's able to find one. Lakia going to be cleaned up though as Meteor is able to find 2 kills. Texture taken down as well. Zink's still going to be dancing around this pit, but mind you, it is obviously not on the spike, so defusing can get started.
Last player
Buzz drops it, but Ash is able to find himself another 2 over at main, and Karan has the finisher. So close. It was looking like T1 would be able to scrape by, but never being able to flush that neon out of a main. Gen.G persevere in the round, and now they get this up to map point.
That was just such a special round, though, which is exactly when you want to pull it out, because they had no cash. Only had one player surviving in the previous round, so they pulled out from the Shadows TP to bridge. You had a vertical wall cutting off both the elbow rotation and middle, and then you dump the pit on mid doors, and T1 has to kind of, like I said, digest all of that on the fly. It's a very hard round to put the pieces together and try to come in on that retake, and Gen.G now on map point here after taking a while to get going on the attacking side of Breeze.
I'm getting deja vu. Triple push in the mid as Texture pops the knives and pushes elbow. On this angle once again as Drone will go forward. Leaps up but has to jump back.
He's gotten away on the lurk there, and I thought that Gen.G was going to pick up the pace into A, but they get cancelled by the knife from Stacks, I believe.
Well, holds him back for now. Texture is still drumming up quite a bit of interest on this side of the map, though. As Buzz inching closer and closer, trying to go for the check. It should be favored for the shot, but no, both going to be whiffing. I say that, Buzz does get tagged by one of the blades. As Munchkin looking for that concuss. Snakebite, not enough to dissuade him. Holds forward. Here's that shop door getting tapped. We'll just be able to maintain this angle. Meteor eventually does manage to collect the kill. Texture going to be taken down, but Ash trades it back. A 1-for-1 so far, but it's 30 seconds remaining. Gen.G need to figure out where they want the spike to go. And it looks like the call is going to be onto the B site. Sinks at the same time. Scales forward into mid. Catches Munchkin trying to rotate out. Off shot goes wide. Overdrive now going to be popped. Buzz on the repeat. Able to find Lakia. Swaps over to the shorty. Gets Karen. Gets another one as Ash gets taken down. And Buzz is going absolutely crazy. He has just won them this round. He has kept them afloat on Breeze. And now T1 have an opportunity to try to push this into overtime.
He was just so ahead of that rotation. I think if Buzz doesn't step up there, T1 is cooked in this map of Breeze. That was just such a messy round. But you saw it in the middle of that round. If you wind back the clock a little bit, before Gen.G even got that pick onto Meteor and made that decision, Buzz started trending back towards that B site, knowing that there was a gap on the map that could have been taken advantage of. Comes up with a massive 3K to keep T1 in the conversation here. Last timeout available in regulation for either one of the coaches, and Solo's the one to hit the button. So it gives KDG a chance to get involved in the conversation as well. We head into round 24 here. Gen.G looking to close in regulation, or T1 to push this into overtime.
Well, one last timeout call. No ults to work with, though, for Gen.G. T1 on the other side of the coin. They've got two. They've got that Reckoning for a retake. They've got that Pit to really just limit Gen.G's options from the outset of the round. They also do have enough cash to get all these weapons out. Suspect that Izu's just going to be getting a drop in for Munchkin.
Yeah. It's a bit more for vanilla on the side of Gen.G, unfortunately. Ash is a little bit strapped for cash.
I'm out of here.
He's going to get dropped to Vandal, though.
Yeah, okay. They pieced together a halfway decent buy. They'll just have to be half armor for Lakia, but a Guardian there for Karan as well.
Grouped over to B, though. You've got both the Viper and the Harbor on this side of the map. That is going to be very rough to attack into here.
Go, go, go.
As long as they can stay alive. As Munchkin going to be spotted off the rip, and the Reckoning is just going to be sent immediately. Just anchoring that one right in front of the entrance to the site. And off that, T1's going to be pretty satisfied with the control that they have, and they're just going to immediately swing two players over into mid.
Look at Buzz on this info line towards A main, though. They cannot afford to just try peek the op. Munchkin's been pushed into elbow with the drone. In fact, he's going to walk straight down middle.
Slotting all the way in. Stacks there to try to set up this 50-50 from the front and from the back. Paranoia not going to be connecting. Sends out the fragment. Some damage going to be sought, but it's going to be Buzz coming away with the kill as Ash will get taken down. Stacks now pushing back forward, rescaling to the door. Finds a kill. Texture none the wiser. Completely unprepared from the off angle, and it is a Stacks round. 3 big kills for him as we get tied up 12-12, and T1 take it into overtime.
Oh no, I'm getting worried that there's still going to be nothing to smile about for Solo. Even after he takes attack timeout, they can't get it done in regulation. T1 shutting the door on that B hit, and an immediate timeout there from KDG. He's just had a minute to talk, and things have gone very well, and now he wants another minute to talk.
Spike down.
He's like, guys, we haven't been doing well. We don't know how to attack. Let me fix that real quick. Because, I mean, he's at this point, he's got to be feeling very good about their chances. Like, if you can close out this attacker side, then you should be able to win the map. It feels like it's going to come down to that for either of these teams. But you also have to be aware, Texture can bring that operator to bear, and that's exactly what he's looking to do.
I think he's had a lot more time to kind of digest how they were getting picked apart by Gen.G on their defensive half when they didn't have any wind in their sails. So now the boys are a lot more confident. He's had more time to think about what's happened, and he wants to have a chat to try to get them this attacking side gun round here. Texture was a force to be reckoned with on that operator, but bringing it into overtime has to be a bit more of a risky proposition, as you've got to pick up the glass cannon. And he slowed down quite substantially, to be perfectly honest, as have a lot of players on Gen.G. So I think that getting themselves an attacking side round here as T1 is a lot more palatable than it might have seemed in the first half when they got 9-3. They
did it right back to him. Full rifles available. Smoke at the ready. Looking like maybe just a fast hit up into mid, but that's exactly where Texture's going to be positioned, staring into the double doors.
Yeah, this will be a dart to the pyramid. Really quick mid shove, so Texture's got to hit every shot in quick succession.
Start good.
He's going to be seen off that 0 point. Fast lane will escort them forward, but Paranoia looks to hold him at bay. Buzz will get shifted away. Meanwhile, Lakia now alone on this B site. So if the pivot comes in from T1 and they're starting to lean into this direction, then they're going to be gambling into the significantly weaker side for Gen.G's defenses.
Lakia and Jinx both alone in kind of one and done positions here. Need to come up with the goods.
Little flash out, Lakia. Fortunate to be alive, just trying to tuck back. Meanwhile, Zink's going to be intercepted. Munchkin has that elimination, and Lakia is going to be completely boxed in and flushed out as Meteor comes up with that kill. He's now on the late lurk. Intercepting Karan, holding him at bay in mid. Might just be able to find a massive backstab timing. Meanwhile, Ash, walk out of Nest, is going to be completely unprepared, and Karan now doesn't even win the fight versus Izu. It all comes down to Texture just with that operator, and he is going to be found as Buzz cleans it up. A flawless round off the back of KDG's timeout call. T1 now are the ones at map point.
I mean, it really was the perfect call, though. Big mid shove, you get the Paranoia, and a bunch of reactive utility out of Gen.G on that A side of the map. You open up the middle of the map. Munchkin finds his pick on the lurk into Nest there. Lucky is by himself on B as just a Sova, a guy with a gun, and absolutely no backup. And it felt like T1 just pulled Gen.G apart. Wasn't something that they could recover from, unfortunately. So now Gen.G back on this attacking half. Have got to find success or it's going to be curtains here.
Slide in. Looking for a pacey hit on this B side of the map, but already T1 getting their players in position. Cussing the blind out, but no, Ash still able to find the vision. Cleans up a kill on a Meteor, but it's going to be traded a 1-for-1. Karan just looking for more, but ends up just eating a bullet. Izu able to find that kill. Munchkin now going to be eliminated. Buzz considering this timing push, but Lakia, he's just sticking out around the corner. But Texture's able to stay alive, winning the fight versus Buzz as he gets it into a 1v1. Stacks at full HP. Hopping up over top of the wall. Texture. The tailwind expired. Spots him and kills him. It's a 3K, and it's us being tied up 13-13.
I think he caught the whiff of Stacks on the timing right at the end there. Low HP. Could not have taken a fair fight. And Gen.G just scrapped their way through a B-site encounter. Despite a big flood in from T1, every single player having an opportunity to get involved. Gen.G just able to win enough duels to win out the round. Big opener from Ash there. If Meteor's able to get inside of that bunker smoke, then there's no way that would have worked out. Nice 3K from Texture to continue to keep them alive as they move back onto the defense.
A bit more of a slow start in this one for T1. Honestly, kind of half expected them to maybe just try to go for the same exact play. Get that early scale forward into mid, but keep things calm for now.
Ash dropped off on this A info line yet again. Is such a strong position. You start to see some shift in rotation here for Gen.G. So they make clear mid doors with Karan and Lakia in tandem. Texture was on this mid line, but as we're going deeper into this round, not feeling as safe about his position, he'll go ahead and join Zinx in the B site now.
Still staring in towards main. Meanwhile, it's going to be a drone out. Izu checking around that mid pillar, and a Meteor with an opportunity potentially, but no. Karan will be able to find that kill. Buzz going to be good for one in response, but Lakia and Karan now getting themselves even more value. Texture's still going to be corralled in, but nope, he's finding his way forward. Cleans up Buzz on the flank, and Munchkin is now stuck here within the site. A 1v4, and they cannot find the first. He gets an immense amount of damage, but cannot finish off Texture. It's a clean shot, and now it's Gen.G's map point once again.
Match point.
Yeah, same kind of win conditions that worked for them on their defensive side before. Solo's turn to take a timeout here. Once again, last time he took one when Gen.G had map point, didn't go so well for him. And to be honest, I feel like KDG's been getting the better end of the timeout. So both coaches with a chance to talk things through here. We've seen some really good depth on this attacking side for Gen.G, mostly courtesy of some big ult plays, but that's not something they're going to be able to rely on in overtime here, at least early on. I wonder... Yeah, I was thinking exactly this. I see Texture hasn't bought himself a gun. We were kind of theory-crafting some attacking side opping earlier on in this broadcast. So I'm wondering if this could be the round to mix it in here for Gen.G. Pick up another glass cannon op for Texture. Because you do have Ash as that entry man. You know, your Jet can be a bit of a slower player in this particular comp.
Only a couple more seconds. Let me go into this. I mean, I got to give, regardless of how this map ends up going, a lot of props over to Buzz, who, you know, a rough start across the board for all of T1 has absolutely come alive. In fact, he's just one kill off from being tied alongside Texture, who's having one hell of a half. Shows how instrumental these duelist players have been.
Yeah, it's a classic. Buzz v Texture. Love to see it. Once again, for Gen.G, it's the 1-4 with Lucky just kind of left behind on this A side of the map. He's not going to contest A main early on. Just waiting out the cove, but there is a very specific game plan here for Gen.G post the timeout. Wonder if they're going to try to hit that same B timing. I think Lakia might be lining up his dart here again, or maybe not. Drone goes through the middle of the map for T1, not seeing too much of anything as they put their wall up here.
Well, they need to be able to deal with this corner. Just been seeing the Vipers feasting from this angle. Now, drone out, doesn't actually get the check, but it won't matter. Ash does. Just peeks in, finds that kill. They both going to be chucked through, and now spot out. There's the ping reveal, and Texture out from tunnel is able to find Izu, and it looks like Gen.G might just have been able to finally bring this map to its end. So they look to make this a 15-13. Smoke forward at the arches. More shots just fishing for that damage. Munchkin stacks. Peek out. Charon able to take the one's head off. Now it's just Munchkin going for the similar swing, but Charon holds his own. And just like that, it is only Buzz left standing. It would have to be an ace clutch. Texture has the spot, has the spray down, and Gen.G has the win. A flawless round to close it out off the back of Solo's timeout call. They will take it 15-13.
Yeah, that was yet another really, really good call. Patience in the early round, keeping an eye on what T1 was doing, and then naturally, if you throw and execute, you're going to open up the middle of the map, and that's where a beautiful double lurk comes in from Charon and Texture. Really, really nice map from Gen.G. Thought that they were going to just wash T1 away here on Breeze, but credit to T1. They really made Gen.G work for that upset. And unfortunately, they will lose their map pick. So now we head into a massive question mark in Fracture. And if Gen.G has actually played this veto very well and they're confident on Fracture, then who knows? Maybe they could line themselves up for a 2-0 and another chance at qualification for Paris here.
Yeah, very well could. I mean, T1 doing well to still be able to push that into overtime, obviously, but unable to find that victory that is going to be hurting them. And like you said, if Fracture just ends up being a little playground here for Gen.G, then this could just end up being a much faster day than we could have ever really anticipated, because I wasn't expecting a 2-0 in the first series. I'm still not expecting a 2-0 in this one, but the onus is on Gen.G to prove me wrong in that regard. But we're going to go to a quick little break, let the players have a breather, and then when we come back, we'll get into that Fracture, see what the comps look like, see what the calls look like, and see if T1 is going to be able to push the distance. So don't go anywhere.
We ain't never skipping round here. It's another level. This one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level. This one over here is very rare.
What a ride.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
きしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
And we are back. It's time to go into our second map here in our second series of the evening. Gen.G scraped by with a victory, 15-13 on Breeze. T1's map pick, in fact. And now we get ready to go to Fracture, which has nothing but question marks surrounding it.
Yeah, things are about to get weird because T1 for the majority of Pacific, I think first 2 series, they second banned Fracture, and then the last 5 Pacific series in Stage 1 in a row, they first banned it. So they were hard banning out Fracture. They weren't interested in playing it. Gen.G only had the 1 game on it where they got stomped by PRX, but really didn't play too much Fracture either. So it's interesting to see T1 ban Pearl, a map that they had a massive win streak on for a lot of this year. Yes, they lost the last 2 in a row, but it's been a map they've been very good on. In fact, other teams picked it into them and they kept winning all the time on it. And they've left in a map that they have shown a willingness not to play. So they better have something good prepped here. Otherwise, this could be a pretty big mistake, especially given the fact that Gen.G's just pinched their map pick.
Yeah, we have to see quite a bit of prep here. We have to see the reasoning why. And it feels like more often than not, a team brings out a map pick. They, play something different. And then we never really get an answer as to like what they were thinking. A lot of times I feel like when somebody's hiding something like this and they bring it up for the first time, it ends up falling flat. So, for Gen.G's sake, I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. But I'm also more than fine to have that happen because that means that we get a map 3 between these 2 teams. So I want to see both of them, fighting tooth and nail, giving it everything they have to try to come out on top here because it's that final slot available. You have to win this to get into that best of 5 tomorrow against an Nongshim who, in their own rights, has had plenty of ups and downs. So I want to see them try. I want to make sure that these players are fighting with everything that they've got. We saw that from T1. It wasn't quite enough to be able to get the win on Breeze, but if they can continue that on Fracture, have that fighting spirit, then I'm going to be a very happy boy.
Yeah, I want to see what's happening in the agent select here first and foremost, because you've already got at least 1 change in there from Gen.G. Ash will be on the Neon, Zinx on the Killjoy. Previously, they were running Cypher, and they're playing double duelist. It will be Phoenix as well as the Neon. And for T1, previously, they were actually playing Breach Teo. It's been a while since they played this map, but they will also change up their comp. So this is just going to be a cluster of fun. 2 teams that have no idea what the other is going to do, and they're going to have to adapt on the fly, and we'll see who ends up winning the map.
I mean, Texture has shown pretty strong performances on this Phoenix so far, so I think that overall, like, this is something to be, worried about, to have our eyes on. Like, he absolutely can take over the map from that position with this agent, but it's also not really what I was expecting. I was kind of anticipating to see either the Jet or the Rays coming through, and if he wanted to, then even he could lean into something like the Chamber, but not to be. So, okay, the Phoenix to come out with Ash just fully perma-playing Neon, to continue to make us wonder what the hell he's going to do after the nerf.
Honestly, the Cypher's going to be pretty annoying to play into on Gen.G's attacking side, I'm assuming, because they don't really have anything to hard break the trips. They're not running the Rays. They're not running, a lot of these agents that deal well with that initially. So, see what they're going to be able to deal with that with. Do you have the Sky Smoke there immediately off the rip from the attacking side in combination with the Guiding Light, trying to draw a little bit of a rotation out of Gen.G, and it has garnered some interest. You see most of Gen.G stacked up in Canteen to back up Zinx, who Gen.G has their own Sky Smoke inside of A main. T1 will wait that out and start to employ a bit more of a contact approach in towards A main, but if you look at Gen.G on the minimap here, they are prepping themselves ready to hold this A side if the push comes through.
Keeping it quiet. Players in the right position, and there's that initial contact coming through, and Meteor's going to be taking the brunt of it. Down to 48, doesn't find any damage out in reply. Meanwhile, Buzz is full sending it in, but he's not ready for 2 players to be stacked up there on that spawn side. Munchkin now gone, and Gen.G, they're looking to take this pistol, potentially even in flawless fashion. As Meteor will ride the rope, but the spike is still down to the floor. And oh my god, he almost just walks through the blaze wall and dies. Locky will find him in the end. But that was almost way more embarrassing.
That's all right. Look,
30 seconds left.
He's only played a few officials. We'll let him get comfortable here. Stacks pulls out the bird. Wants to show everyone, hey guys, look at my cool parrot. You can repeat everything I say. He's dead. Gen.G, nice pistol. And a good start here, once again, to one of these maps. They're feeling good today, They had to work a lot more for Breeze than they would have wanted to, but that was a very nice read on the pistol. Been a while since I saw a fade on this map as well.
One
Is this
enemy
lucky as Fade lineups version 4? You know, you were telling me about that the other day.
Could very well be. Let's see if he's got the binder open, sat there on the desk.
Gotta go.
Just flipping through the pages, being like, yes, let's go with this one. He's picking a wine at a restaurant. Good damage. Well, Karen on the repeat will be able to win that one out, so it was a solid little attempt from Meteor, but in the end, loses his life, and that opens up for this orb take for Texture. Get himself a second charge.
I love it that it's Meteor that does things like that as well, because like you can't really question the 2-time, but the amount that he just dry walks out and dies for free, you know, it's something to behold, that's for sure. Munchkin doing much the same here, trying to go for the orb, as Zinc shooting between the legs of the turret has done quite well to soften up T1 at least.
Yeah, just coming away with a cheeky little kill there. At the same time, Texture, ooh, he's going to try to line him up, but they will be able to break the aim. Karan's now going to be eliminated, and that's guns given over. Ash, on that push out, did manage to find another kill, but suddenly this is technically doable. Zalakio going to look to try to hold it here.
One enemy remaining.
Swinging out, peeking, finding the first, cannot find the second, and this is already pretty decent damage dealt by T1, but the round goes Gen.G's all the same.
It gets way too expensive though, courtesy of some whiffages on south side. So Gen.G, what was looking like a very clean anti-eco, starts to get away from him there. Texture, yuck.
One enemy
Both him and
remaining.
Caron. I mean, sometimes the Guardians be like that anti-eco. It's just a bit of an awkward endeavor to shoot a bunch of lemmings running around in circles with nothing but classics and no real will to live. Sometimes that can be your greatest superpower. As T1 into this first gun round, stacked up on south side initially. The Killjoy's been moved over towards the A side of the map. And you see the Prowler on top side spotted out by the cam. I imagine Gen.G will go ahead and deal with that. Indeed, Haunt on top side, but they still haven't shot the cam yet. There you go.
Get that cleared out. Zizou just trying to build up towards that showstopper. It's going to be one charge away. His Texture will find the kill there. Quick little clean headshot.
Yeah. As long as his opponents don't have pistols, then he's pretty good for him. One off the runner back now. As Brimmy for T1 still hanging around in low as Buzz deals with the Prowler, as Meteor and Stacks are starting to put some pressure on this A side of the map at least, but T1 still not really decided about where they want to be finishing this round. Very spread out around the map here.
Cage triggered.
That'll swarm out just to delay the scale forward. Nothing really able to be done there off the back of that
30
cage.
seconds left.
Time is starting to dwindle. If you get decent frags here from Zinx, and T1 are going to be on struggle street. As Gen.G want to convert the bonus, and that is a very good first step here in this hold. Meteor dancing around it, but not for very long. The kill is going to be found, and now Buzz has to sprint over, try to recover this spike and get it planted, but just going to be two Neons sliding at each other, and Munchkin now locked in position, so even if he could get the spike, he's just not going to have the time to try to plant it. The cleanup is going to be good, and Gen.G will start things off 3-0.
You have to admit, though, the Fade U2 has been sick. Like, how many people has he scared with the Haunt so far? That's like got his teammate a kill. Sees to follow up as well, catches the last player. Good one tap from Texture, giving Izu a free haircut right off the rip. Nice off-angle from Zinx.
10 seconds left.
See, look, he gets revealed as soon as he goes into the slide on Ash. Really nice stuff. This Fade Phoenix on the Flood has been really, really effective for Gen.G. Cheeky little drop rush here.
It's pushing out, but no one there to get caught, so quick little pump at the brakes, a back pedal from T1.
They're interesting that they're not prioritizing getting the showstopper online in this round, because they could have just given Izu the orb there. So I think really kind of limiting their expectations of whether they can actually pull off the upset here with the Sheriffs. But we'll see. If Izu picks up the rocket here and invests it, then you know that T1 are serious about this round. But again, they're kind of min-maxing the orbs, favoring the Brimstone to get his ult on in the next gun round instead.
shots out. It's breaking the turret. Alarm bot going to be spotted. I mean, deja vu. It's not Texture getting the kill, but it's Zinx this time. And Izu on that peek into main is just absolutely eliminated. Buzz now gone. Zinx gets a second. Texture as well. As Meteor boxed in, trying to find his way out with the Sheriff. Will be able to avoid the stun, but cannot avoid the Judge. So 4-0 start, 1 casualty. Run it back, still online. And Gen.G are looking right as rain.
For sure. Get an instant timeout in from KDG. Something to get worried about their prospects here. They left Fracture in, maybe not expecting Gen.G to show willingness to pick it, having not had much success or reps on the map, and Gen.G have pulled their bluff here, so to speak. Got off to a hell of a start on the defense. Money's looking fantastic for them. They do have the runner back ready for one of these retake scenarios, but T1, we saw them with quite a slow, passive approach on the Sheriffs in just the round previous. They very much wanted to prioritize getting an ult combo online here. They've got both the Orbital and the Showstopper ready to go. And KDG's been pretty good at drawing up a game plan to win some of these rounds post-timeout.
Yeah, this one needs to hit pretty hard, though. It's just, this, again, you know, a very similar start for T1 on this map. It's very similar to what we were seeing happen on that breeze, but it just can't be afforded. You know, you need to be seeing players of this caliber, a team with this name, being able to, you know, hold their own at the start of these maps. This is their side selection, and right now it is not looking great.
No, definitely. Got to ask some serious questions of T1, because they kind of went from being a big team to keep an eye out for in Santiago to, look, they'll qualify for the next one, and then maybe they'll have a better performance. I mean, it's kind of looking like there won't be a next one. Kind of getting to that point. There's the overdrive picked up there as drop control gets taken. Hort clears out the top of the map from Lakia yet again. This Fade has been phenomenal at finding information for Gen.G.
Joke's over.
Well, rocket out. Charon will end up finding the dust there as Ash will find 1 kill, but the trade back's looking good. Texture going to be losing out on the ultimate, but still alive and in the fight. Is player advantage once again going to be established for Gen.G. Prowler going on the chase, leads up towards that heaven position. Meteor is trying to find a pick, but the spike's still down underneath. Trapped within the corner for the moment. And on the cross, there goes Stax. Zinx just continuing to watch that angle. They want this hole's control. Yep. Dink into the spray down. Texture has it done. And the timeouts, everything that T1 are trying to throw at this, it's just not sticking.
No, unfortunately not. And they even threw at least one of those ults in that round. Showstopper to start things off. Dots find its mark. Nicely traded by Ash. And once again, I mean, it's the Phoenix Fade on the retake. It's actually working really well for Gen.G. Run it back, gets ripped. Lakia starts throwing Prowlers everywhere and runs on in with him. And that is a recipe for success. 5-0 now. Overdrive ready there for Buzz as the Stingers come out. You do have an Orbital ready to go. And I think T1 definitely going to actually try to win this half by this time around.
Let's see if we're going to be able to make that happen. Overdrive, once it ends up being invested, could be the turning of the tides. For now, though, on the entry attempt, Zinx is just going to be cutting down stacks. Massacres as that pop flash comes through and sets Gen.G up with a player advantage once again. Ultimate now going to be expiring, the overdrive gone.
Yeah. This has to come down to like an orbital molly post plan or something, because T1's got a man disadvantage here.
Here we go.
Molly, not to get any damage on a Meteor. Stays tucked away over at long. Texture finding Buzz, trying to pinch his way back into the site. Meanwhile, I mean, Munchkin is just going to be absolutely screwed. Ash, he dinked him to begin, gets the spray down, and Meteor is just going to be forced away. So the defuse can now get stuck. And Zinx will fall, but nothing really more to be found here. Damn near flawless round again, as Charon will also get picked off. It's a solid shot from Meteor, but it's no closer to winning a round. 6-0. And you know, Bilski, I'm starting to realize why Gen.G picked this map.
Yeah, it's like T1 has not played it and has banned it in every single series that they played in VCD Pacific. It's like they might not know how to play it, but T1 was just kind of hoping Gen.G wouldn't pick it because they also haven't played it and have got smashed on it. well, that doesn't always work out. Sometimes you play veto chicken and then old mate goes in for the kiss. And you weren't ready, you know?
Smoke's down.
Unlucky. 6-0 here. As it seems like a quicker arcade split. Texture on an off angle.
Oh, just spraying and praying. I mean, is that what this is boiled down to? Just Buzz run out there, spam into a smoke, and hopefully you get something. Need to be seeing some more depth than that.
This orbital is just dying on Munchkin's belt. Like, they still haven't ripped it. Meteor, dry peek. That's nice pick back into the round, and the neural theft gets ripped.
Sends it out, backpedal away. Oh, never mind, Ash actually does just stick around. We'll reposition. Here at Hell, as Orbital Strike is going to be called in. Doesn't manage to get a catch. Holds back a couple of the players, but Izu trying to push through that smoke just ends up getting cut down. Ash is completely favored in that fight. Now it's going to be a wrap in towards this defender spawn, and okay, Karan will be not quite prepared for that, so another ulti going to be committed here. That's 3 so far for T1 as this now goes into a 3v2, and the lockdown just sent on a timing, preventing them from pushing into this B site.
It's just so awkward. You can tell them waiting out the lockdown here. Ash on the rotation towards bottom side.
I mean, I love that as well. Just pops the nano in case they are going for that aggressive play to try to break it. He has bought a good amount of time. Lakia is still going to be very delayed on this rotation, though. Stacks himself into a safe-ish plant. As Munchkin will be able to find a kill, but Ash, 4 HP, still picks up a kill on the Stacks, putting Munchkin now into a 1v2. Ash just with the tap,
Enemy remaining.
trying to bait him out. Munchkin's position now going to be known. Hasn't seen Lakia. Haunt goes up and over the top. Lakia trying to scale in. Needs to try to win this fight out sooner rather than later, and win it he shall.
Got to be kidding me.
Oh, cleans up the kill. And that is an immense amount invested here for T1 Pilski.
I mean, at least they got a lockdown for it, but they need rounds, man. 0-7. Just getting sad. That was such a long round. Was that still the round where Texture was playing bait in arcade behind the box? Like, I can't even remember everything that happened in that round. Dear God. I like that, you know, I like the passage of play from T1. They did try to make their way into spawn side and do something a little bit cheeky, but still didn't manage to get themselves around. Now they have depleted the ult economy. Texture with another run it back.
The neural thefts on the Texture's Corpse Orbital Strike to try to block off the players coming out from that spawn side onto the A site. The Seekers invested.
Oh, yeah. They
Everything
did a lot
for
of things.
Barely a drop of blood. Still no round wins. Flash is going to be confirming some degree of presence on the B site, but no closer to actual tangible information here is T1.
They're taking pictures of top side, though. It's quite scenic. And they know that there's no Gen.G players over there, so that helps a little bit. Molly in towards main. And as Gen.G are once again set up to contest here. Texture ready with the curveball as Buzz sends his way into B by himself.
Tiny bit of damage going to be suffered there from the Nano Swarm. Tucks over into the corner of the turret, now going to be cleared out. Allows for him to play out a little bit wider, and it looks like Izu not quite able to spot a pixel there of Lakia on that cross, so made his way up now into this heaven position. He's going to be chucked in, goes for the face forward, but hasn't been able to confirm the kill, and in fact does get spammed down to 16 HP. Needs a bit of cover here, but it's going to be Texture peeking out, who's able to find it. Stacks at the same time, finds Lakia, but the spike now going to be collected. 2v3, Trailblazer having to be sent, having to try to spot any players that Gen.G they could possibly find, but not finding anything. 12 seconds remaining, the plant will come through. 2 players to try to hold the line as Texture immediately going to be shut down. Critical kill found for Buzz, and another as well as Ash sliding forward. Gets ahead of the pack, ends up paying the iron price, and what a hold from Buzz.
I'm out of here. I belong here. Go, go, go.
Needed to hit every shot in quick succession, and he's able to do so. Deals with the run it back. May as well give him the 4K there. His Texture sends the run it back over from spawn side. Buzz immediately takes his head off and then needs to kill that Neon scaling in. Trades Texture, finds Zinx in the open. Stack's not really needing to do much other than put the spike down and just say, Buzz, take me home, buddy. So, look, that's the first round for T1, but it's only off the back of some individual brilliance. They're going to need a lot more where that came from. Fast taken towards A main to start things off. Gen.G, on the other hand, have taken Dish and are pushing up towards the top side.
And my big question starts to become, you know, T1, if they're able to find this round, do they rescue the half? Because this is still doable. It hasn't looked it, just given the way that these rounds have gone. But there's still an opportunity for them to make this 7-5, and what a miracle that will feel like. As face in, and okay, Stack's winning out that fight. Pretty whiffy from Texture, bit out of character for him, but we'll just be that 1-for-1. So now this guy out of the equation.
Meteor's still waiting in the wings. Going to creep over towards arcade side. Zinx is spotting that info line.
Oh. I'm not sure if he saw Meteor. Meteor certainly saw him. Given the fact that he's still jiggle peeking from Canteen, I don't think he's actually noted him at all. We'll start to get suspicious about this tower angle, and it's going to be caught trying to hop up over the top, but doesn't end up losing his life for it. It's going to be a smattering of damage suffered, but
30 seconds
has to be
left.
prepared as this cage gets ready to fall. Meteor trying to win out this fight, will be able to do so. Zink's taken down, but Meteor at a sliver of health as the orbital strike gets called in. Try to delay this approach. Karen now facing forward. He's able to find two. Looks for the third. Can't get it. Izu staying alive. His showstopper going to be lobbed in a bit too deep. He actually kills Lakia. Never mind. I thought he was going for Ash. He cleans up the fade, plants his feet, finds the 3K, and T1, they find their second round win.
Not sure if it was an accidental casualty, but either way, it works out for Izu. Big lurk on in for Meteor. That was just such an awkward exchange on B. Felt like Meteor was sitting in the top of his ivory tower for a good 20-30 seconds. The orbital doesn't connect on anyone from T1. They just waited out and able to win a messy exchange despite a decent 2K from Caron. And now Gen.G? I mean, you were asking the question, but they're actually running out of money here. T1 could be on for a decent round streak. Started off with a big play from Buzz, but now they're starting to get it together.
I'm out of here.
If Buzz keeps playing the way that he is, and Izu really comes alive, and that's two of the critical win conditions for T1 being achieved. Quick hit, getting ready to come through, but Zinx, he's just stunned up, and he's found 2 kills! Buzz and Stacks just absolutely assassinated over at Sands by Zinx with a Sheriff. And what a glow up this guy continues to have.
He's looking for a timing here. Plant will give the orbital to Munchkin as the rest of Gen.G flank A main.
I think even that off this buy would feel like a win in and of itself if you're able to get the orbital out of him, let alone win the round itself. Nightfall going to go through. I think there might have been a tiny little pocket to tuck into for Meteor. Either way, Munchkin will have been found. Curveball going to be sent forward. Meteor now facing out, but he's unable to clean up a kill. Texture takes him down. Molly going to be chucked in. Just waiting for this tap is Munchkin. As orbital strike will get called in. Quick pivot out from Ash. And get right back onto the plant.
That's 3.
Lockett will fall. Ash getting whittled away at. Will end up getting taken down. And that is going to be the round win going the way of T1. Costs him everything, but the win is a win, and that's exactly what they need desperately. So clutch over to Munchkin. Gets T1 up to 3.
I mean, every single round has taken some heroics. Had Buzz initially, then Izu, now Munchkin. Every round taking either big clutches or ults thrown into it. And Think's not really bringing much into that round, but he's made it very expensive for T1 as Gen.G go for the reinvestment. Yes, they threw a Nightfall at it, to be fair. It's not like they haven't invested a little bit into winning that round. They only walk away from it with one gun as we head here into round number 11. Op coming out now for Ash on the defensive side. And Buzz has got the shotty out, one off the overdrive.
Go, go, go. Work good. Found them.
The attack again, going to be coming through. Zinx tucking to the corner, not going to be caught by that relay bolt. And there's the vulnerable out, and Buzz will fall. Easy to join him in the grave. As Flash is going to be decent. Stacks gets the turn, finds Karan to boot. Seeker's immediately going to be invested as the spike gets planted. Spam out, just not quite connecting onto him. Stays alive, gets that spike in play, and now 3v3. T1 look to find that the 4th round win. That's a main. I mean, Munch gets the shot on the Munchkin. Just kind of crazy. We can tell that they just don't know where Meteor is at. On the peak, Texture will get taken down, but Lakia's got the operator. Gets the shot. And he will be able to deny that 4th round victory. So Gen.G, I mean, it could just end up being back-to-back 9-3 halves.
Potentially.
This pleases me.
Get everyone chipping in there for Gen.G. Op is retained here, heading into the final round of the half. You have to run it back online once again. Good side defense from Zinx. He's been pretty reliable tonight on the defensive side. Even there over on Breeze, he had plenty of multi-frags. T1 investing the Seekers into the round to reveal the fact that Gen.G was all coming through spawn side, but they couldn't defend it on the retake. It's another round where you look at Meteor swinging out into 2 players and a bit of a messy spray, and I think Gen.G Meteor probably just one-taps both of those players swinging out tower, I'm not going to lie.
Cage triggered.
Cage obviously not wide enough to go for a safe little drift across, but there's no one in tower. Gen.G and Zinx have been perfectly willing to basically look to play this as a retake.
Yeah.
Will very much be doing the same.
From Dish side earlier on, so they've got a lot of tools to come back in on this retake with the Orbital and the run it back.
Run it back immediately, going to be sent Texture. Curveball out, pushing that corner, and Izu tucked away, stunned up, does get taken down. Buzz snapping back. Zinc's going to be good for 1 as he tries to go for the lockdown. Buzz immediately is able to find him the overdrive, delivering as Texture now just getting danced on. Buzz just continues to swing out wider and wider. That's going to be a big 3K from him as he will be able to make this an 8-4 half. T1, you know, all things considered, given how this started, this is a decent rescue for them, but they still absolutely have their work cut out for them. If they're going to be able to run things back like we saw in Breeze, they have to win the pistol.
Yeah, I think they could do it again, though. Like, it feels like a very similar game where Gen.G looked untouchable for the majority of that half, and then T1 win not very confident round, and then they win another not very confident round, and all of a sudden they're starting to put together just enough to keep things competitive. I totally agree. A pistol or even just a couple of gun rounds in the next half, and they have a chance here.
Well, we'll see. Do we get another overtime? It's only one way to find out. That's to stay tuned, but for now, we'll go to a quick little halftime break.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
Gen.G on the cusp of closing out yet another 2-0 here this evening. And T1, though, looking to rally back into this. The last couple rounds going their way, ends up having them look pretty decent. They rescue it. But it's 8-4, and they need this pistol.
Go, go, go!
See if they're going to be able to get it. Pressure on drop side. Ash goes forward and does push stacks away to start things off. This kind of theory crafting, it might be hard to attack into the Cypher here for Gen.G. See, T1 on the other side of things have pushed all the way through A main into their own Sky Smoke and are taking more and more space on bottom side.
Zinx still doing well to find 1 and also get some collat damage there onto Izu. Pressure on Meteor's shoulders. Sending out that shot a little bit too early. Doesn't manage to find the angle, so Orb's still going to be taken. But Gen.G just looking to exert some pressure here. Drum up some interest from T1 on this side of the map. And then they pump fake back in. Quiet little lurk away. Back into a silent scale forward into this tower. Gen.G playing around with information, the lack thereof, I suppose, quite well.
Meteor's got a kill trip and a cam here in the middle of the B site.
30 seconds
Not sure if
left.
there's any more smokes left over for Gen.G. In go the smokes. Do you run into the trip? That's the question. No, they deal with it nicely. Meteor with some spam damage through as Lakia puts the spike down.
Spike planted.
Fortunate to still be alive. It's two players, one on either side that is dangerously low. Izu as well, obviously previously tagged up. Needs to be all the more careful. Try to get this pistol round win in. Munchkin just spam shots towards the arcade side. Texture climbing that tower, and Ashley's going to be able to find the kill. Munchkin going to be taken down. Stacks the pop flash, going to be sent forward. Eats quite a bit of damage from his own teammates' paint shells. Time is being bought very nicely here by Gen.G as Karan just bouncing around the corner, trying to play in texture, but collects the kill for himself. Meteor will find one, but now it is all just down to this Cypher. Clean taps, gets some ult charge, but cannot get the round win. It's going to be a 9th going over to Gen.G.
Another pistol for Gen.G here. Big win condition. You win yourself all the pistols, or even if you do end up dropping one, you just win the eco after that. They've had a pretty blessed night here. T1 on the other hand, not finding the clean execution they were looking for. The kill trip
Last player
doesn't find its mark. The paint shells gets layered in with Stacks trying to make an aggressive play. It just never really felt like the puzzle pieces were coming together in that 4-on-4. Gen.G take full advantage of that. As they will be mostly on bottom side here. Zinx by himself. The Prowler will spot out at least one player in A main. It's a big stack over on that side of things from T1.
Meteor able to backpedal, get the hell out of Dodge. Looked like he was considering going for a repeat of that, which almost certainly would have been his death. Lakia, though, about to be under a good amount of pressure as Buzz is just sprinting at him. Lakia trying to get the drag across, still does manage to readjust, gets more damage in, sets up for Texture to come away with the 3K, and that's a run it back now available as Gen.G hit double digits.
Yeah, double digits with the runner pack is pretty grim news for T1 heading into their first gun round for sure. Gonna take another pretty monumental comeback, this time on the defense. Which, was their attacking side that was a bit lackluster in the last map, so hopefully they can get some of that Breeze defense energy into Fracture here, because they're running out of time tonight. Would be another disappointing finish in one of these Pacific qualifications for T1. Team that many people expect to be representing over at the internationals.
I mean, everyone would have told you. Yeah, because everyone would tell you that, you know, Gen.G would just absolutely get bodied in this matchup previously, but it is just a massacre play as Karan gets the right click onto Izu's head. Cleans it up, A site now broken open. And Meteor to try to clutch this out to stop Gen.G from getting up to 11.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
Just given the way that things have been going, just not so sure that it's going to occur. Does manage to backpedal away does Karan. Has to get the reload off. 3 players in position, the door now tapped, and sights from Gen.G turned over towards Sand. Just trying to fake it back to Halls, but he's just completely outdone and outnumbered in this. As, okay, quick peek. 1 kill going to be found, but nothing more to be done here. You would at least assume Meteor is going to try to play this out. I thought he would just backpedal, maybe go for the save. Set, relay bolt, going to be sent through. Meteor finds one. But Lakia, he's already bought the time. It doesn't even matter. He'll wide swing out. He'll take down his former teammate. And he will get the team an 11-4 scoreline.
Oh, that's a bonus win for Gen.G. That's very painful if you're a T1 fan. But at the same time, as the timeout comes in, you've got to kind of question... Gen.G are blocking each other on the rope. Their go-to gun round strat, anti-bonus, was to 4-man walk into their A main smoke while they were retake on the B side of the map. Like, that's kind of crazy to me. Like, usually, first gun round, anti-bonus, you're probably wanting to play something pretty safe and pretty high percentage, you know? So, I don't know, like, T1 obviously a lot more in the know, very successful team. that has been to many internationals, but that's the kind of play that I look at as like, that's so high variance. When you're playing against the first bonus round of the attackers, you're going to 4-man walk into an A main smoke and crunch bottom side. That's kind of crazy to me. But it's the kind of thing that has worked for T1 sometimes. Like, sometimes these crazy plays do come together. And sometimes they just get absolutely nothing done. And unfortunately for T1, that have already dug themselves a hole on this map, that is another example of the latter.
Well, Gen.G very well slated to take this up to match point and eliminate T1. I mean, obviously, because of the crunch attempt from T1, as it looks like we might have a tech pause, because of the crunch attempt, Texture never got to use the run it back. They just won the round in spite of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, looks like, yeah, we'll need a quick little moment. Hello again. Quick little moment as whatever the issue was gets taken care of, but I think I saw Meteor type ready. So I think whatever it was, it might have been a pretty quick fix. But yeah, I think this is quite worrisome because obviously T1 they are an organization that absolutely wants all of their teams across all the esports they compete in at EWC. It's hurts their chances for those club championship points, and you have to wonder if something's going to change off the back of this one. As Texture is just going to be easy that showstopper, pops his ult to an ult for an ult, but okay, easy when the counter spam. Does manage to get the kill in the end. Caught enough of a glimpse, and Texture just couldn't get away fast enough.
Yeah, Skyso down in Arcade is keeping Gen.G at bay for now, but they're very much set up to try to split into B. They just can't quite find the clean execution they're looking for. Oh. Okay. Okay. And somehow Ash wins that one as well. He's down to 11 health, but he gets a second kill. Meteor dead in tower. Rotation's having to come through. Same time, Karan to be a little bit whiffy. Doesn't manage to clean up this kill on the stacks, but Ash is just massacring them. He is playing fearlessly. Yeah, he's getting kills he should never be getting in some of these positions. The expense of T1, who are still convinced this is going to be a B site here. They both Buzz and Munchkin are staring from Gen and Canteen, holding down these sight lines. Gen.G are very much committed back over towards A. Lakia spike in hand, Zinx on bottom side. As Ash being a little bit of a low HP money man, just trying to clear out the site. Going to simplify the decision making as the plant goes down for A main.
And there's a chance where T1 could get themselves back into this, a 2v3, but with Ash as low as he is, a stray shot would clean him up, or even just a tick at the molly. So if you send that back sight, may just be able to find that value. For now, it's just slow creep forward from Buzz and Munchkin.
Last player standing.
This one shoulder to shoulder, but Ash, I mean, he's on for an ace. He will be denied it. But I don't think that they're going to be denied this round win. Lakia from up above will take down Munchkin. Says, I'm the IGL now. Cleans it up 12-4. Gen.G, one more round to go. And they will get themselves into that best of 5 versus Nongshim tomorrow.
Yeah, they already fluffed one best of 5 qualification earlier on in the upper bracket versus RRQ. So,
barely at that.
Yeah, 100%. They've been really good this qualifier. I've been loving everything that Gen.G has been putting together. It makes me quite excited for their next season. And potentially, you know, a Paris qualification. Definitely not past the realms of possibility. However, T1, one of 8 needed to run the comeback all the way into yet another overtime, or that's going to be yet another international qualification slipping through their fingers. Meteor pushing top side here. Making a little bit of a play for good information. As Gen.G with both the orbital and the overdrive ready to go. Waiting for a B timing.
Quiet for now, but Buzz is putting himself out on a bit of an island. One of the players going glass cannon into this one. His gun barrel's going to be spotted, and there's the timing swing. Zinx able to pick him apart, and that's the Neon now eliminated. Izu entrenched here on the site, needing to go absolutely crazy, but the trail is leading them right to him as Ash goes up and over the top, but it's going to be the molly. Never mind. Karan just sends that right there at his feet. Izu now dead. A 3v5 and still with an orbital strike available. As Karin gets the spike in play. Stacks in the counter spam will be able to flush out Ash. Isn't as good of a chance as they could possibly get. Orbital called in though. Texture able to find Meteor. I believe just spams him through the orbital. And now has one last curveball ready to shut down T1's hopes and dreams of sending this into overtime, of winning another round. Stacks, however, delivering on a second. Tucks back around the box. Texture finds him. Karan gets Munchkin at the same time. 13-4. Gen.G, they had this fracture at the ready. They decide to bring it out, and good God, they look great.
Oh, they did. I think they delivered the stomp that was promised over on Breeze as well. Didn't let T1 back into the game. Just kept the pressure on right till the end there, and they've given themselves a chance to qualify for Paris yet again here. Weren't managing to do that in the upper bracket, but for T1, I genuinely don't think that they expected to play Fracture. Like, they left it in the veto, they banned Pearl, it makes you scratch your head, and I genuinely don't think that they thought that Gen.G had worked on Fracture since the regular stage of Pacific. They looked at the fact that Gen.G did kind of get stomped by PRX on the map, and unfortunately that's come back to bite them pretty hard in this veto. Like, I feel like looking at how Fracture went and the fact that Breeze was winnable as well, this is pretty questionable veto for T1, unfortunately, and it's ended up coming back to bite them.
I mean, it's a questionable veto. It's a questionable performance. I mean, from going, 13-15, sure, you dropped the Breeze, but, you played it contentiously. You had some really good pop-off moments and strong performances, especially from the likes of Buzz on that map, to just an overall very flat Fracture where it felt like no one could really find their footing at all. We took a look at the scoreboard there. Everyone pretty much, similar in the kill factor, but the same could be said for Gen.G. Like, this was very much a team effort game. This was not a pop-off performance on Fracture from Gen.G. It was just everyone doing their job, everyone hitting their shots, and just picking apart T1 with ease. I mean, it feels so odd to say, but it feels like T1 are in this slump at the moment that they are struggling to get out of, and how long this is going to continue, I don't know, because this doesn't feel like it's an issue. We know it's not an issue of the meta. It's not like, the Neon nerfs come in, you nerf the shotguns, and suddenly T1's going to be amazing again. Buzz is an incredible Neon in his own right, so they are just as capable of exploiting, Neon as every other team out there, but they're just not able to do it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on in the T1 camp, but that's going to be yet another disappointing result for them, as they will unfortunately miss out on both of these international opportunities, falling 1 game short in Pacific and 2 games short here in EWC, having not been able to make it into any of the qualification matches. So as we see it in the lower bracket, both the teams that did go down in all 5 maps, Gen.G and Nongshim, will have another crack to qualify over to Paris in the game tomorrow.
Yep, so a best of 5 to decide it all. That final slot up for grabs, and one of those Korean squads will have it. And right now, the way that they're both playing, I think it should be a very entertaining series, but I have no clue who the hell is going to be able to come out on top. Both of them played today. Both of them are going to have just about as much time to prepare for this one, so who knows what's going to happen. You'll have to just tune in to find out. For T1, though, GG's to them. Our condolences on the loss. You have a little over 2 months to try to suss things out and get things ready ahead of stage 2. So we need to be seeing them coming back, more improved and having better performances. But that does it from myself and Pilsky here this evening. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be back with that best of 5 and decide who is going to EWC in that final slot, Nongshim or Gen.G. Make sure you don't miss it.
I long to be
目指していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんで